Welcome to the Encore Audio Archives YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. I've uploaded hundreds of talks here that I've recorded at meetings in West LA, and I've also recorded conventions starting in 2013. I've got a bunch of those up. And Walt and Mary Murray, the original owners of Encore Audio Archives, started the company in the 80s, and Walt recorded Joe and Charlie's and a bunch of stuff down in Vista, California. My sobriety date is June 20th of 1994. I hope you find something you like, so please like and subscribe to my channel and comment down below. If you want to hear something that I don't have or that you don't see, I'll see that I get it. Anyways, take care and have a great day if you want to.
This is September 21st, 1996. This is Recovery in the Rockies by the group Usaca. This is Salt Lake City, Utah. You got a recording?
My name's Mike, and I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict. I want to thank everybody for showing up and ask everybody to be quiet. If you need a notebook, they are up front, and pens are up front. The format will go that Bob will choose whatever amount of steps to work to talk about, and then we'll do a question and answer and a short break, a 5-minute break. And then when lunch comes around, Wendy is cooking an absolutely marvelous lasagna. She says the best you'll ever try. So, this is the last fundraiser for Rockies 7. If you weren't at the dance last night, Rockies 7 is next weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you haven't been to a convention, you're missing out. Please show up. And I think that's probably about it. Where's my trusted leader, Jerry? Anything you want me to talk about?
No, I'm going to like to see what's going to happen today.
We just
The format is so people know we're going to smoke right outside the door and walk away.
Yeah, as far as smoking, if you can go a little bit away from the building so we don't permeate the building. Don't throw your butts on the ground.
We have small cups of coffee.
We have
Big ones.
small cups of coffee free, there's soda pop. Just, we're going to take such good care of you, you just won't believe it. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob A. And I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, you bet. Hi, I'm Bob, an alcoholic. You know, I want to thank you for inviting me and the rest of us out here for this fundraising in the Rockies. I've got it here as Recovery 7 in the Rockies. Is that right? Is that what you call it? USACA? The reason I'm saying it, I want a identification on the tape that I'm saying it on. So I want to welcome you here in the morning here, and the workshop that I do mainly is talk about steps, and we'll go through the day. I know it's going to be boring. There's a lot said sometimes, you know, that you get real bored about and all that. But believe me this, though, that this is not boring stuff. This is a way of life. This is meaningful so that you can maybe hear something, maybe you might, today that you didn't know before or you needed to know and didn't know. And sometimes there'll be a period of time for where we'll stop and we'll ask questions. Now, there's some pads, and I found out this to be real good and real true, that these pads that you're holding are the ones that do have them on, and pens there, that if you would, the moment that you hear a question in your mind, the moment some doubt or some kind of information that comes across, if you would write that down when it comes across like that, it would mean a great deal later on, because later on there's so many things that will be said, and there's so many things that will be exposed maybe that you did never hear before or wanted to know more of, and this here will help a great deal. And so I believe it's very important. I do an awful lot of retreats, men retreats especially, in California and up in Sacramento and a place called San Lorenzo. And it works out beautiful there, it really does, where a lot of them have went for such a period of time, and then during the meeting something struck them, some kind of a question or some kind of information they wanted to know more of, and possibly we can talk about it, you know. So if you do that, I think that would be part of helping everyone here, even because there's sometimes a lot of each other that know something that we can share with each other and mean a great deal to each other too, because this is all about a way of life. See, and this here to me is indifferent. This is a lot different than just going to a meeting. Way different than just going to a meeting, because at the meetings, why, what is discussed sometimes and talked about, I found myself anyway not interested in listening to what was going on, because it just didn't connect in my brain anyway, or my mind. So last night when I talked with those that were there, I was speaking more of a disease called alcoholism. I was speaking of alcoholism as a disease and its symptoms, its function, how it performs, and where it appears, and things like that. And as we go along, more like that, I believe, will be revealed or talked about, and so on. So to start right out, the reason I had to, for myself personally, is to know more about alcoholism as the disease, is because I never knew what the steps were for. I just didn't know. I read them. I had a sponsor. There was a step man, a true step man, true God man, and he had everything I wanted, but I couldn't get what he had, and I didn't know why. And then I didn't know the reason why the 12 steps are in the order form they're in, why they're numbered 1 to 12, why they're so important. The recovery program for me in this 12-step program is no more than the 12 steps. See, the recovery program to me is not attending meetings. That's part of what I do. That's essential. Don't get me wrong on that. It's very necessary and needed, but that is not what treats alcoholism as far as I'm concerned. There's a way here, and I believe it has to be talked about and exposed, and what it is, it's a method of living. And the method of living is numbered, and they're numbered from 1 to 12. And the reason they're numbered, for a couple of reasons, I believe, is so people like me won't mix them up and try to do them cafeteria style, so that all of a sudden I just don't happen to like step so-and-so, and so I won't do that one, or I go through it so quick I don't know what I did even. And another reason why is because the main reason why is that the 12 steps will treat alcoholism, and it'll treat it in a way that I believe must be discussed about. And what that is building a new character. Building a new character. At first, that didn't sound right. That didn't sound to me like anything at all that had any importance or anything like that, because I thought there was nothing wrong with me except that I went ahead and I did too many things in a bar and bottles and places like that. So I thought once that was ended, then everything else would turn out all right, and it didn't. So to get right into the program of recovery, why I believe it takes a showing. There's 12 steps. I knew my sponsor was a man that taught me steps well, real well. And at one time, now this was in the beginning, I knew steps very, very well. I read them. I stayed awake all night. I kept a book with me. I did everything under the sun, but I did it through my mind. I was the one that chose when this fits this and this fits that, and this is for this reason and that reason, and you use step 3 over here and 4 over there, and so on like that. And I stayed the same way as I always was. I never changed. I didn't change. My mind would always do the same thing. It would think the same way, act the same way, and do the same way. So when I came to step 1, and then step 1, it talks in there, and see, now first let me tell you, I had to change the plural pronoun of the we, ourselves, us, they, them, and put it down to singular I, me. And then I had to learn to read that way. And then I had to learn to talk that way too. And the reason I did this is because I came here for me, and after I came here for me, after I was here a while, I wasn't here for me. I was here looking at you. I was here deciding, judging, criticizing, looking at your behavior. Whoever you were, it didn't make a difference to me. It could be my wife, she was no alky, and I would look at her the same way. I would look at you at maybe at a meeting, and because you're there at the meeting I'm at, I would think that you need to read this, you need to study this and all this, you know. You're the one that acts up. What'd you say that for, you know? I had a very difficult time in the beginning. And I used to tell the guys, I said, I need a hearing aid and I need glasses. And they thought that I couldn't hear so hot, and I couldn't see so well. I need glasses today, believe me, I do, but not back at 31 years old, I didn't need them. And but all I meant is the alcoholism in me made things different. And when it made it different, I heard it different. And I seen it different. A guy come up to me one day and he says, hey Anderson, how you doing? And I says, what do you mean by that? It was just a greeting. And I turned it around. And I thought he said, you ain't doing so good, are you? He didn't say that. But I took it for that because that's the way I heard it. Because I was always having a chip on my shoulder, and I was always looking at you, whoever you were, and I was looking at you, finding fault, waiting to pounce on you, waiting to see you do something or say something wrong so I could correct you. Step one, where I admitted I'm powerless over alcohol. My life's unmanageable. That's step one. It was very easy for me to admit that I was powerless over alcohol, but I didn't know what that meant. And the reason it was is because I wound up in a hospital, Alki Hospital, strapped down on a bed where they had to strap you down and hold your nose until you open your mouth, and then they pour chemicals in you, see? And this was something that I thought it was no more than booze. Booze, I just drank too much, And I didn't know the meaning. And, in the 12 by 12, for those, there's a lot of things that I refer to in a 12 by 12. And the reason I do that is because I think the information is very important. And I think this type of information, I never heard it. And I still don't hear it at meetings. I do a stag meeting on Monday night in Sherman Oaks. And I talk about these things at that meeting only because of the fact that it's not talked about no place else. Because I got mixed up in the beginning. I got really mixed up. And in step one, the first page, down at the bottom here, it says here, we know that little good can come to any alcoholic, and change that if you want, to any way you want to change it, to any alcoholic who joins AA unless he first accepts his devastating weakness and all of its consequences. Until he so humbles himself, his sobriety, if any, will be precarious. Of real happiness, he'll find none at all. Proved beyond doubt by the immense experience of this is one of the facts of the AA way of life. Well, what it says in there is that until I accept my most devastating weakness and all of its consequences, of real happiness I'll find none at all. Now, I thought my weakness was drinking, was getting drunk, stopping off in beer joints, spending your paycheck, fighting, winding up in hospitals. See, I thought that's what they were talking about. They're not talking about that. What they're talking about there, until I accept my most devastating weakness, is my mind. Is my mind. Because above that, it says, glass in hand, I warp my mind. But down farther, it's talking about a way of life that I know nothing of. I don't know the consequences, is what the consequences are of a mind that tells me how to act and behave, and the day I'm in, when I'm sober or drunk, makes no difference. That is something to consider. I don't know if you ever looked at this or not, but I had to look at it. And I still have to look at it today, this day. Because of the fact that where do I get my information from? Who tells me what to say and do? Where do I get that information from? You see, there's a devastating weakness. in itself. It's me. In the big book, on page 60, it starts out on page 60, and it talks in there, and what it says on page 60, I had to be convinced that ending life run on self-will could hardly be a success, because I'm always in conflict with somebody or something, even when my motives are good. Now what would that mean? Just exactly what would that mean? I never knew. I had no idea of what they're talking about here. They're talking about an application, not what you call working steps. Working, I don't know what that word still means, because if I read this, I worked it. See, if I heard you by listening to it, it means exactly that I'm working steps now, because you're talking about them, see? That's the attitude that I took. I never took the attitude, or I never took the idea behind a change of character, a change of this character. It was always something to modify, some problem to fix, something to do, so that trouble would go away, and that's the end of it. No, it's not like that. And it talks in here in the last page on this book right here, 12 by 12, the very last page is step 12. It talks in here, and this is very, very true. And what it's saying here, it said, these little studies of the AA's 12 steps now come to a close. We've been considering so many problems that it may appear that AA consists mainly of racking dilemmas and troubleshooting. To a certain extent, that is true. We've been talking about problems because we are problem people who have found a way up and out, who can share this knowledge with those that wish to use it. Now, what does that mean? See, what do? Do you fix a problem and everything is fine? I found out that every problem I ever fixed, you know what followed it? Another problem. Another problem right behind that one waiting to come forward. And I can't put this stuff together at all. I can't get the idea across that the change of character has to be made in the order form that it's in. 12 steps, 1 to 12. Step 1 is the beginning of a character change. This is why without this, there's such things what they call slips and relapses and stuff like that. It's only because of the fact that step 1 was never once identified in an application form today, this day, for anyone's life like me. It wasn't. It just wasn't identified. So I went ahead and tried to live in a world pushing and shoving, making people behave, making things go this way instead of that way. I was always in trouble. I was always in a day I couldn't be in because it was always people were wrong. People were wrong. I looked around and I found people all around me all the time. They wouldn't change. They wouldn't do anything different. I couldn't do a damn thing. I just tried everything to make them change. They won't change. And I don't know that, though. So I go ahead and I live what they call an unmanageable life. Step 1. In step 1, in the first half of it, it's really 2 positions. First position is when I admit I'm powerless over alcohol, dash. That's another, now we're going to start another entirely different sentence, that my life was unmanageable. I had to find out the difference between the two. The first half of it, I could admit I was that because I wound up someplace that I couldn't figure out how he got there. How does a service manager at a Lincoln Mercury dealership that's supposed to be so smart wind up strapped down on a bed in an alcoholic hospital? I couldn't figure it out. If this was my life, you see, I didn't know. I had no idea. I thought myself that this way of life that I'm talking about right now was easy. All you had to do is quit drinking, keep going to meetings, keep listening to your sponsor, and you're going to be all right. Because that's what they told me. They told me I was going to be a winner. I never was a winner, not that way. I never could be a winner that way. Because I was always the same man, sober as I was drunk, made no difference. No change had happened to me. I didn't realize the reason, the real reason, the true reason of the 12-step program recovery is recovery. I'm not here to tell you about drunkenness, about hitting different things, doing different things, waking up in a hospital, jaw is busted, nose busted, hands busted, and everything. I'm not here to tell you things like that. We all got track records like that. Every one of us do. I'm here to tell you about a program of recovery. Now, this program of recovery is in 12 steps, and there's 2 ingredients in these 12 steps. They must be looked at, talked about, considered. They must be kept right up on top, right on the surface all the time. Never let them slide away. Never let them get pushed aside and diluted somewhere else. And what it's about 12 steps is a method of living which will treat my alcoholism with a power behind it, meaning God. Put the 2 together. Now I got a chance. But how am I going to put the 2 together? I don't have either one. I did not have a power of God. I had no belief, no trust. I had no churches, no training, no background. I gave no desperation prayers to no one at no time. This was the way I lived. I lived by my head, my own mind. But after a while, that got into places where I couldn't get out of. That got into places where I couldn't correct them. I hurt people, did damage, couldn't correct the damage even. Stuff like that. I wound up in an alcoholic hospital, broke. Got out of that hospital, went into a church, in a basement of a church, started a program of 12 steps here, and since that time, I spent the first 2.5 years the same man sober as I was drunk. Then there came a change. Now the change that came is what I believe should be talked about. I believe that each one of us should know every word in this book here. Knowing these words in here now is not because of memory, but because of application. Application now is a word that I found in here. It's not a word that I use in my life because I put it there. It says this, and it says this right here in the foreword of this book right here. And what it says here, it says in here, I read it before, yesterday, the book called Alcoholics Anonymous, and from it the fellowship took its name, and it says about this book, big book, is a basic text of, and it always will be. But it said, this present volume, this volume here, 12 by 12, this present volume proposes to broaden and deepen the understanding of the 12 steps as first written in the earlier works. When it's set up here, it said here in Alcoholics Anonymous, it says here, in it alcoholism was described from the alcoholic's point of view. The spiritual idea and the society were codified for the first time in the 12 steps, and the application of these steps to the alcohol's dilemma was made clear. The application of these 12 steps in the big book, not working them, not listening to them, not writing about them, hearing about them. That's necessary, it's needed, just like it is always needed. Meetings are essential, important. But application is something I never heard. What does application mean? We're starting out in a program of 12 steps now. What would application mean? I know every woman in here knows what application means. You know why? They put makeup on. They apply it. They use it. The steps were reading things that all I ever did was read them or listen to them. So somebody else read them. Never once did I apply them in an application form. Never once. And yet it starts right out where I admitted I'm powerless over alcohol, my life's unmanageable. My life's unmanageable whether I'm drunk, sober, or forever by me. I had to accept that. Except it meant that it was something in me. And when it was in me for that reason. There's no way under the sun, it even says this in step 6, there's no way will I ever drink alcohol or take a drink of alcohol with success. And I can do this 100%. It's the only thing I can do 100%. Not drink. You see, that fits anybody. I myself found out through the years information that's coming right now out of this book right here in step 1. None of the babies that I have, none of them, have gotten drunk, shot up, snorted up. Anyway, I have them all. I got them all. I got them, you name them, and you name the stuff and they've taken it. Every one of them that are in my life like today. Doesn't make any difference. Every one of them stay the way they should. The new character. The character they're talking about here. Where the disease is being treated. Treated means it's there instead of what is there. Treated means that this way of life is in the individual. This is the way I live. I don't live with a modified character. I had to start looking at me. Now, I don't know if you ever look at you this way, but I had to look at me this way. I was always modifying me. I was always making me not act up, not get mad, not look at you cockeyed. It was like holding a spring down. As long as I held the spring down, everything was cool. All you had to do is ask me a question, I'll forget about the spring, let it up, and here comes the alcoholism. That's the truth. If you don't think so, check your track record. Check your track record. See how many times you've told yourself. How many times you should never say or do that, and you turn right around and do it again. Same thing. Same thing all the time. The very important part, I believe, is to find out exactly what this disease is and where it is. Now, where it is explained in the big book. And the way it says it, it's on page 23. When it says it would be academic and pointless for any of us to describe the symptoms, the conditions, or the things we do if we never took the drink in the first place. Because the center's in our mind, not our body. Now, you see, that's information that comes from the print. That isn't my words. I have no knowledge of this other than the fact that I had to learn that this was me. I came here for me a long time ago. I did not come for you, and I'm still not here for you. And that isn't against you. That's not saying anything wrong. But what it is saying is that if I don't have this, what do I have? I have the old me. I'll do again everything I did yesterday. I'll think and act and be who I used to be all the time. And I don't want to be that person no more. And I don't have to be that person. This is important to say. This is important to get started in a workshop. Because I believe this. I believe step one, if it's introduced to you, I believe that if you have this knowledge, you'll never have to do anything again that you have been doing, whether it's drinking, using, or whatever it is. I believe that you don't need a relapse. It isn't necessary. It won't be there. Now, this is something to consider because of the fact of what it is. I'm talking about myself first as my life, not yours, mine. And then after I come here and I find out that this way of life that I'm talking about is written in the plural, and I had to change it and put it down in the singular. I had to do that. Whether you have to, I don't know. I had to. When I read, and you hear me read all the time, you'll always hear me read things. And it says in here, we'll pick some words here. Here's one here, that isn't good enough. It says in here, in all these strivings, so many of them well-intentioned, my crippling handicap. You know what it says here? Our crippling handicap. I had to take that plural out of there and put the singular in. But I had to do it everywhere. Because if I didn't, you know what? First thing you know, I'm looking at you again. I'm starting to see something here, and I think that you need to do this. I've done it. I'm okay. So this to me is important to start. I believe it's important. You don't have to do it, but I think it's important. Because when I admitted I was powerless over alcohol, that my life's unmanageable, man, I'm talking about me. I'm looking inside of me. I'm going to see me all the time from now on. I'm going to quit looking outside. And I'm going to quit looking at you, whoever you are. If you don't think so, check your own track record of your own mind as you're here today. Do you look at somebody else that's in this room here? and consider them and what they're doing and how they're acting and how they're dressed or the way they look or anything else like that? I used to do that all the time. Never once could I look at you and look at you like a piece of glass. Look right through you. Not see anything wrong. I'll accept you who you are. I don't want you to change. I don't want you to do anything different. I don't want you to act different. I don't want you to dress different. I don't want you to shave. I don't want none of them things. I used to, and I don't no more. But the only reason why is because of the fact that I had to learn, I come here for me. I'm the one that's got the mind. It's ratty. It goes places I don't even know why it goes there, but it goes there anyway. I don't even know what's the matter with me. Man, I got problems, but they're inside me. They're not outside me. This moment I accepted this, the moment I got to this place where I'm at right now in my life, in Alcoholics Anonymous, going to meetings, trying to learn the 12 steps, all around me there was all these buddies of mine, and they were just like me. And I said, man, I can't do this no more. I can't live like this no more. I've got to change. I come here for a reason, and I don't want to be like that. I don't want to sit there like you're sitting now and tell you how bad they're acting, or she's acting, or he's acting, or tell you how bad somebody is out there, the boss, or the wife, the kids, or the dog, or the cat, or something. I don't want to talk like that. I want to talk about a good life. I want to talk about things that are going on they're beautiful things. There's beautiful people. This is a good world. In step one now, the reason I'm talking so much about step one like that, because step one is an introduction. And it talks in there, it says and tells me that I have a disease of a twofold nature. It's a mental obsession with a physical allergy. Either one will kill me, doesn't make no difference. The obsession will make me kill myself by drinking or using or anything else, and the using or drinking or anything else will also kill me. Either way, it doesn't make no difference. And it says there's been no success by the unaided will. The unaided will is about a power. And this power I had to learn in two. It says in there that I came to believe in a power greater than me that will restore me to sanity. Now it didn't say anything about anything else but a power, but I didn't know that I was a power. I came to believe in a power greater than me. And it says the first requirement is I have to have is an open mind. I never knew what an open mind was. An open mind, right now, for you, if you're like me, you better find out what an open mind is. Now, an open mind is something that I never knew anything about. An open mind, first, is a mind where self doesn't occupy it. Doesn't have preconceived ideas. Doesn't have opinions. That I'm not the authority for my life. I don't talk to me. I don't talk to me and tell me things. I'm a self-talker, and I have to learn how not to self-talk. If you're a self-talker, put it down on a paper so we'll talk about it later on and show you just exactly what a self-talker does. I'm not talking about thinking now, because there isn't a thing wrong with thinking. But self-talking is a great deal wrong with it, because I become the authority for my life. I become the main man all the time. And I got to find this out. I got to be shown how does this happen? I've got to know these things. If I don't know these things, what good are the steps? What good are the principles? I had to take the word principle that's in here and turn it around and change it and call it a truth. And I learned that out of a dictionary. And I learned this from many dictionaries. I went to about 6 of them. And each one of them said the same thing. It says there exactly about a principle is an essential truth where all truths are based from. And I didn't know that. You see, I know what a principle is. I'm no dummy. But I don't know how to live by principles because there's too many of them. And one principle can mean many applications, and I don't know that, though. I have no idea. So if you call them the truth, or if I call them the truth, I'll know what you're talking about. I know what I'm talking about. And as I do this, I start to build a character now. But I'm building a character as I live this character. I build this character in each and every day as each and every day comes. I don't build this character for the future. I don't build it from the past. I'm building a new character, a brand new character. Now this is something that isn't talked about again in the disease called alcoholism, and I believe it should be. Because I modified myself when I was drunk, I modified myself when I was sober, and I always did the same thing, and I always was the same man. I modified me. In other words, I did something, and then I quit doing it, and then I did it again. I would modify my thinking and accept you today. When tomorrow comes, you know what happens? I don't like you very well. I won't even begin to accept you. Yesterday was pretty good. We got along fine. Yeah. Not today. We didn't get along very fine. I really couldn't see this as way I live, I think, I act, I do. I couldn't see this. I didn't know this. It's in print now. Anything I'm going to say and anything I do say is already in print. It's going to be in this book here. It's going to be in the big book. It's going to be maybe in the language at heart, and it could be in Dr. Tebow, Emmett Fox's Sermon on the Mount, because I lived, and I have lived all these years with this kind of information, and this is what I read, this is what I believe in, this is what I do. So you see, in the steps now, building a character means exactly this. I'm going to build a new character by application of 12 steps. But the 12 steps has a power behind it. It's a power greater than me. It doesn't even name it, because I didn't even know I was a power. In step 2 it says, I came to believe in a power greater than me. There's no name there. There's no identification there. But it says it's a power greater than me. It'll restore me to sanity, and I had to learn that sanity is no more than soundness or wholeness or wellness of mind. It has no reference to insanity. Has none. And so I have to look at this for what it's there for. Why would they put a step there? And this is a recovery program. Why would they write about it and put it in the second step? Why is it? It must be there for some reason. It's got to be. Because these things didn't just fall apart or just fall together or anything like that. They couldn't have. Because of the fact that Bill said he wrote them in less than a half an hour. How could he write something he didn't know anything about? Through the grace of God, through a power greater than him. And that's exactly how it happened. He already had some idea from the Oxford group, 6 steps. But when he finished writing, he found out he had 12 steps. And he said it probably took perhaps a half an hour. And I thought to myself even, and I had a sponsor that was a God man, a step man, and he told me exactly that this was needed here on this earth. This program of 12 steps to treat the mind, the alcoholism mind. This is the way it gets treated. Building a new character in the day you're in. You can't build anything for the future. You can't build anything from the past. These are principles, or these are truths that I had to find out for myself. These were actual, really living things that went on in my life each day and still do today. Still the same today. Has not changed. This is true. Now, to have a hold of this now is the reason why a workshop like this, and why I'm talking like I am, to make a beginning, a start. I believe this has to be done. I believe that last night, what I talked about, the ABCs, it was mainly about ABCs. And now, the 12 steps, put the two together. I believe that that's what's necessary for any one of us to remain on this earth and belong to this earth of God, this world of God. This is what's important. I never knew this before. You see, because of the fact of who I am. And when page 60 to 63 in here, in the big book, when it talks in 62, you know what it says in 62? This is important because it's in print. It says selfishness, self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles, driven by 100 forms of fears, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity. We step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate. Sometimes they hurt us seemingly without provocation. Sometimes we invariably find that sometime in the past we have made decisions based on self, which later placed us in a position to be hurt. So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. Now, whoever thinks, or why would I ever possibly think that my troubles are of my own making when you're doing something wrong? Okay. You know, that didn't make sense. See? None of that made sense. But it does make sense, because there's something wrong with my mind. There's something wrong with the way my mind thinks. It does things it shouldn't do. It takes on a responsibility. It also looks at situations thinking they should be different than they are and cannot accept them. In step 2, I came to believe in a power greater than me to restore me to sanity. When I said I had to have an open mind, first requirement, open mind. An open mind, I had to learn myself, for myself, exactly what is an open mind. An open mind is a mind where self doesn't occupy it. That's understood. Then also, it doesn't have preconceived ideas. That's understood. To me it is. And it also, I'm not opinionated. In other words, you do it my way or don't do it at all. See, I'm not that way. I've got an open mind. You know, to have an open mind isn't a void or a vacuum or an empty spot up there. It's a place where there's a power that's greater than me, because it says that. I'm going to come to believe in a power greater than me that'll restore me to sanity. All I have to do is get me out of here, and I can let a power greater than me in. Now maybe I can have some sound thinking. Maybe I can have a different way of life. Maybe I can look at the world and people in it differently. Maybe. It says I can. It says that soundness is sanity and wholeness of mind. And this is true. And I found out for myself, the second that I get out of the picture, the second I quit self-talking, I'm a self-talker. This is real important right now. Write it down. To me, it's very important. Are you a self-talker? Write it down. Are you a self-talker? Do you tell yourself how to behave, how to think, how to act? Do you tell yourself how to treat people? Do you tell yourself things and with authority? Do you do that? If you do, you better look at it. You better recognize it, identify it, because it's very, very important to your life, because of what it's going to do to your life. This is why it's called a program of recovery, is because of what's going to happen right now, what's starting to happen right now. There's no way that anything could be in my life other than me if I won't let it there. See, God will never help me if I won't let him, because I help me. He can't. I won't let him. We're building up to a way of life with a new character based on a power greater than self. This is important, because this isn't getting down on your knees and asking God to save you. This isn't nothing like that. Them are things you can do and maybe do. And I do pray all the time. But what I'm talking about now, I'm talking about getting out of the picture so that something can go in there instead of what is in there. So, why not have a power greater than self in my mind? This is what I'm talking about. This is what step 2 is all about. Step 2 is qualifying me, to go farther in my life, building a new character, because they're numbered from 1 to 12. In step 1, I've learned a great deal about my devastating weakness and all of its consequences. I've learned about a disease of a twofold nature, an obsession of the mind and a physical allergy. I've also learned that unless I accept and hit bottom, I can't make it. In other words, I still think there's something left out there for me. I still think there's another drunk, another something, whatever it is. Step 1 is there for a purpose, a real purpose. And then when it says in there, my life's unmanageable, they're talking about alcoholism. They're talking about ism, something that's a lie, something that's there all the time. It's never a wasn't. You can't cut it out. You can't operate on it. You can't put it in the refrigerator, lock it up in a safe. It's always there, alcoholism. The reason it's there, my mind is there. Until my mind is shot or killed or whatever, I'll have the disease of alcoholism unless I change. Change is what I'm talking about now, building a new character. Going from step 1, going into 2, believing that there is a power greater than me. Believing in it. believing that there's a power greater than me to restore me to sanity, meaning soundness of mind. Why not? Why not believe in that? Why not try that? This is what the steps are. These steps are an application. They're an application in an order form, logical order form, from 1, 2, 3, and they're qualifying me right now, qualifying me to go to step 3. The step application, living today, this day, as the new character, qualifies me. Step 3. I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God as I understood Him. I made a decision to turn my will and my life. What's my will? My will is my intelligence. It's my mind. And what's my life? Whatever I do is my life. Right now, every one of you sitting here, your life is right here. My life is here too. My will is my mind. If I make a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God, as I understood Him, understood, remember what it says, understood. Why would they use that word? There's a reason for it. It's understood there's a power greater than me that can restore me to sanity. It's understood that this power greater than me can be in my life. Because when I make a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God, in 2 it didn't say that. 2 said in there that I'm going to believe in a power greater than... Now I'm going to turn my will and my life over to the care of that power that's called God. And this here is an application. Now, up till now, there's not much been talked about application. And it should be talked about, because what is application? Application is using it, living with it, talking about it, having it, being with it all the time. I had to learn I have to live with a power greater than me. Now that's what the steps are doing. That's what step 3 says. Step 3 says to me, I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God as I understood Him. When am I going to do that? When I'm in trouble? When am I going to do it? Tomorrow? When am I going to do this? You see, I forgot something. I got lost and I forgot. And I did too. And this happened to me the first 2.5 years. Is that I never changed the character I was. I remained who I was. I went to meetings. I stayed sober. I went to work. I was dependable. I brought home my paycheck. I paid my bills. I went on living in a world. And the world I went on living in was the same world whether it was drunk or sober. It made no difference. Because of the fact, what changed? Nothing. Nothing changed. The only thing changed, I had a newer car. I had a house. I bought a new house. I had better clothes. You know what was doing that? Money. You know where the money came? I went to work. You see, before this, though, I couldn't go to work because of the fact that I was too drunk. I was drinking too much. And so I went ahead with life, as I lived life, getting out of the hospital, not drinking, not giving my money to the bartender, and I started buying clothes, cars, and houses, and stuff like that, see. But my mind was the same. I drove the car the same way. I got just as angry inside. I was full of rage. I was full of yesterdays. I was full of memories. I was full of you, whoever you were, because you acted and treated me wrong, and I remembered every bit of it. And it was killing me. And I don't know the difference. And it says in there, when I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to care of God as I understood Him, understood that He's the power that's greater than me, that He's the one that can restore me to sanity. It's understood. I'm not trying to understand God. There's no way the book tells me to understand God. No way at all. It doesn't even say them words. But what it does say, though, it says God as I understood Him. Understood Him to be a power greater than me that can do for me what I can't do for myself. In page 25, here in your big book, and what it says here, it says the great fact is just this and nothing less, that I have had a deep and effective spiritual experience which have revolutionized my whole attitude towards life, towards fellows, and towards God's universe. The central fact of my life today is the absolute certainty that my Creator has entered into my heart and lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. He has commenced to accomplish those things for me which I could never do by myself. That's on page 25. I've read this now all these years, and I lived by this all these years, and I don't need to turn the page and open the book to read that either. I know every single solitary word in there. But the main object, the main reason is why it's in there. It's in there for me. I don't know about you. It's in there for me so that I can have what it says. I can have the things today that God will do for me that I can't do for myself. These are principles, are truths, call them truths. These are truths today that will happen today because God makes them happen. This is what steps are about now. In steps 1, 2, and 3. In the first step, where I admit I'm powerless over alcohol, my life's unmanageable, there's a big acceptance there. We can talk all day about step 1, because step 1 is only 2 pages, and yet step 1 is necessary, needed, in my life today, and I'm going for 44 years in Alcoholics Anonymous, in application of steps of living with God over 30 of these years. I missed the mark in the beginning. Sure I did. The first 2.5 years I missed it entirely because I didn't know why I came here. Nobody would tell me. Nobody would show me. They always told me things from a reading, maybe, just like I read something here, just like 25 I read to you, see? Or like, on page 98 in here, it says, burn the idea into the consciousness of every man that he can get well regardless of anyone, provided he trusts in God and clean house. You see, now I said that to you. Did that mean anything to you? Didn't mean nothing to me. That was just a bunch of words. They're just words, that's all they are. They don't mean nothing. Until the time came that I needed a change of character. This character. I had to change. It had to be burnt into me. Into the consciousness of me. Not the unconscious now. The consciousness of me. It's like step 11. When step 11's there, it says sought through prayer and meditation to improve my conscious contact with God as I understood Him, praying only for the knowledge of His will for me and the power to carry that out. And here now we're talking about something else, means the same thing. It's pointing the same direction. It's got the same reference even. God as I understood Him. Step 3, step 11 are both ended the same way and they're underlined the same way too. How come? There must be something there. You see, I never had any God in my life. I never had no power in my life except me. I was the main man all the time. I was 31 years old. I made all my decisions. I drove my car. I rode my motorcycles. I made decisions. They were mine. I'm the one that said, let's do it this way. I wound up in the hospital sometimes because I did do it this way. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how to live in the day you're in. So the life that you have in the day you're in is a life that you want. It's a life that you go for. It's a life you care for. It's a life that's there for you. But it takes an application. And the application takes principles or truths. Call them truths again. It'd be easier. You call them truths. Because I found out you cannot have a principle unless you live it. You can talk about it, you can identify it, you can think about it, but you can't own it until you use it and do it. That's application. It's just like this character tells the truth. The principle is to speak the truth. Never, never lie. How could I do that? There's no way I know how to do that by principle, but there's a way to do it by the truth. The truth is, tell the truth. Tell the truth, and then the character I build, and the character I am, the characters I live with, is a truthful character. I tell the truth. You see, this is a building of a new character that I never knew was needed, never knew that these steps here are referring to as a program of recovery. The program of recovery is an application of 12 steps. It's not about attending 1,000 meetings, 2,000 meetings, 3,000 meetings. I don't know how many thousand I've been to, because I have been to thousands of meetings. But see, them meetings didn't treat my alcoholism, and I know that. But the application of steps to change the character that I live with, me, then that's different now. I can look at you different. I can respond different. I can talk different. I can think different. I can act different. Only by the grace of God, meeting the 12-step application. So this is one of the major reasons right now about why 12 steps have to be in a program of recovery as application for today's life as I live today's life. There's no way that I can use any of this tomorrow, because tomorrow never gets here. There's no way that I can change yesterday's life because of a certain page in here that happened yesterday. There's no way. This is all about the now. This is always about the present moment. Now. I can be who I should be by the grace of God now. Right now. Now is now. I can. But I must do according to what's here to do. God will never do anything for me I won't let him. He can't. He wants to, but he can't. Because I do it instead. And then when I do it, it has to be the results of whatever it is that I do. This I had to learn a long time ago. I had to build a relationship. This is what step 2 is all about. Building a relationship with a power greater than me that can do what I can't do. Restore me to sanity, soundness of mind. This is very important to think and talk about. Self-talking is one of the things that had to be picked up on. Self-talking is the thing that would take me away from God immediately. Just as quick as I self-talk, there's no God there, there's me there. Just as fast as I do something that way, it's over and done with. I did it. God can't help me one bit now, because I already went ahead of him. I already did the things that whatever it was done by me, the way I believe it should be done. This is now realizing the purpose of the application of steps. In step application, each one of them, 12 of them, starting with step 1, when I admit I was powerless over alcohol, my life's unmanageable, I had to find out my most devastating weakness and all of its consequences isn't drinking or using or anything else like that. What it is, it's about a mind that becomes a power. That this mind that becomes a power thinks and acts any way it wants to. Under any condition, doesn't care. So long as I get my way, so long as it happens in my favor, I'll take it. It's okay. That I didn't realize is what they're talking about. I thought they were talking about a bottle. They weren't talking about a bottle. I didn't know about a power greater than me. There could be such a thing as that. Because I never went to anything else but me. Never once. A lot of people I know are church people, and a lot of people know a great deal about God and about the Bible and about Jesus and about a lot of things. I don't. I didn't. I never had it. I never went there. But when I came here, I found out that there is a power that is called God that can do what I can't do. And that's why the steps are there. Because you see, even Dr. Silkworth, when he talks about ever since before AA started, there was 98% of all alcoholics with alcoholism had to die or go insane. 2% made it. 2% made it before Alcoholics Anonymous. This Dr. Silkworth, that's his way before AA now, this is. So you see, there's something here. There really is something here to consider because of the fact of what's here. It's a way of life. It's a way of doing, living, being that cannot and was not there before it happened in June 10th, 1935, when Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob got together. The 12 steps were then put together by more than just one person, but they were published in April of 1939. And when they were put out in April of 1939, the wording alone, if you want to read it, and read it like I read it, it's wide open. All I'd have to do is treat my mind. The rest of my life and problems will be treated also. What is the rest of my life and mine? Anything that goes wrong. Doesn't make no difference what it is. It could be with a wife, a family, could be other substances, could be any reason. Because of the fact of what it is, a new character. This is what step 3 now made. When I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to care of God as I understood Him. Understood Him is not understand. Understood that He's a power that can do what I can't do. It's understood in step 2 that if I can trust or believe or even try that this soundness of mind is not insanity, it's no more than being able to think for good purpose in the day I'm in. It's a life today, this day. In step 3, I had to learn. It's where I learned. This is all about what we're doing right now. This ain't for tomorrow. This is for today, this day, today. You might think it's for tomorrow, but it isn't. Because what good would it be tomorrow if you have to kill somebody this afternoon, even yourself? What good would it be? You see, it's there for the reason it's there. How to live today and be who you should be today in your life today as you live this life. This is God's world, I found out. And I had to go up to this many steps, step 3, to start realizing exactly what this is all about. Why would you want to come here? Why would you want to spend a day here? Why would you want to spend time reading? I wore books out, believe me I have. I can show you books wore out, completely wore out from handling. But you know what? I didn't wear them out for you. You know who I wore them out for? I wore them out for me. Because I couldn't live in that world sober, and I couldn't live in that world drunk. Something had to change. Something had to be there that wasn't there, and it's there. This here, like I've done now, I've went through step 1 to a degree, step 2, step 3. 2 is a very, very big step, and the reason it's big is because of the fact that the self-talking, the power of self, being the authority, coming in to my life in the day I'm in, and kicking God out. That's exactly what it does. Self-talking has the ability to do that. Self-talking is what I had to learn how not to do. How to talk to a power that I call God and ask God to be with me. I'm doing something now I don't believe is right. What should I do? Would you direct me? Would you guide me? All through these steps now, I'll say things maybe of the way I talk to God. Because He's a living God. He's not a praying God. I pray to Him, of course I do. But He's a living God. He's here right now in this room right now. Whether you want Him here or not, He's here. The reason He's here, I asked Him to be here. I asked Him to help me and help all of us, every one of us, to hear His message. Whether you want to hear it or not, I don't know. But I know I want to hear it. Because if I don't, what am I going to hear? See? Self. I don't want to hear self. I know it's too easy for me to go to me and stay with me and then have to go through the rest of the day with me and wind up that day thinking this is a lousy world. It sucks. Yeah, this life sucks. No, it don't. I do. So to have this way of life now, like I'm talking about, we'll go farther. It's 10:30. We've only been at it, just say an hour. We're already in the 3rd step. We can go into some questions and then go back into some more of step 1, 2, and 3 if you want to do that. I think that the description last night of the disease is going to help a great deal right now. And I also think that talking, maybe you're talking, your questions, will bring out some things that I haven't said that need to be said. See? You want to try that and see what that's like? Yeah. And do you want it on writing? And,
I'll microphone collect the questions and also for sure.
Just collect the questions and he'll read them, and that way there we can get them over real quick.
Sue has a question.
In case you guys don't know, what we do is if you have any questions, you can just try to write them down. We'll collect them, and then Adrian will sit down and ask them, and Bob will respond to them throughout the workshop.
Does anybody have any other questions?
I've got one.
Maybe an area if you're struggling with the understanding, of any of what Bob's talking about, the application, of it applies, because I know when he shared with me about self-talk, well, my head turned right on. So if you have questions along those lines.
Okay.
You can also, if you think of them, you can also give them to him as Adrian's asking, because I know.
Is this Mike Sylvie? Okay. First question. What is the primary difference between modifying the character and changing the character?
That there is a real good question, and all questions really are. Modifying something is just temporary. To build a character would be to build a character to be the character you're building, so that you can respond or act or be each and every day the character you should be. I didn't know, I had great trouble. This here trouble I had was that I was in a position all the time that I kept flip-flopping. I kept 1 minute I was all right, next minute I wasn't. 1 minute God was here, next minute he wasn't. And I didn't know why, because of the fact that I do get on my knees and pray, I do talk to God, I go to bed with God, I wake up with God, and I go through the day occasionally with God, see? And I never knew exactly what this is all about, is what you're saying there. I went to an evangelist, I know, he's no alky, see? And he drew something for me. And this happened some years ago, but what he did something for me that was very, very important. And what it is was no more than this. Can you see that, what that is?
Chair.
You see what that is?
No, can you see what it is? What is it? Chair.
Do you know what that is? This is what you teach kids in kindergarten, how to draw a chair. See it now? That's a chair. This is what the evangelist did for me. He said, that's the throne. That's where God sits. When God sits there, you can't sit there. But when you sit there, God can't sit there. What business you got sitting there? I looked at that and I thought he's treating me like a kid. He drew a picture of a chair and he made such an impression upon me that I was conscious of the day I was in, of who I am and who God is. There is a God, and there is me. Anytime I'm the authority, I'm sitting on that throne. I have no business sitting there. God does, not me. That's his throne, not mine. This was something that I had to be taught because of the fact that alcoholism returns so quick to me that I don't even stand a chance. One thought and I'm in it deep. One thought and I'll already tell you something and maybe say something to hurt you. And I don't mean to do that, don't want to do it, but I'll do it anyway. I don't know who I am and I don't know who God is. I don't know how to live with a living God. I know how to live with a God that you pray to. I got a ritual, morning, night. I know how to live with a God where I ask God, help me, man, I'm in trouble. But I don't know how to live with God consciousness. That's what this is about. The steps now, if you notice, take a look at them. When we started in 1, what was said? We went to 2, what was said? 3. What was said? Why? Why would they put them steps in that order form? Why couldn't you put step 12 down at 1 and 1 up at 12? Why couldn't you put 3 up at 10? Why not? You see, I never looked at this. I never realized, I never looked at the purpose of building a new character today, and building this character today as I live it, because I'm building it to live it. I want to be the man God wants me to be now. I don't want to build a life for tomorrow, because tomorrow isn't here, and I know that. But I want to have a mind today so that the world I'm in is the world that I want to be in. The people I look at. I want to see people. I don't want to see enemies. I don't want to see people that I hate. I don't want to see people I'm jealous of, envious of. I don't want to see nothing out there the way I see it. I don't need to. I don't want to, and I don't. But only by the grace of God. This is why what we're doing right now is very important to do. I believe that each one of us, if you don't know what I'm talking about, or if you don't know how to do what I'm saying, keep asking, keep talking. If you don't know what to say, I had to ask this guy that I talked about, where I learned it's his God, he talks to him, tell me what you say to him and how you say it, when you say it, where you say it, and I'll start doing that too, and I did. And then I went from there into a way of life, building a character, this character, daily, by a power that I talked to that belonged to another man. He called God, I called God. And that's in your book right here too, by the way, if you don't know it. I'll read it to you later.
Okay. How do I differentiate self-talk from just thinking? Are there practical exercises to stop self-talk?
You know, for a long period of time, when I come to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, I came here and I didn't know the reason to be here. I came here and I sat there like you, and I remained the same man sober as I was drunk for 2.5 years. And I didn't know nothing at all about what was wrong with me. I had no idea. See? And these questions, it's like they're being asked right now. The idea of self-talking, see? Just the idea alone. I never have no clue about that. I don't even know I do that. I don't know that's something I do I shouldn't do, because I don't know what it means. Because there's 12 steps to build a new character. I brought me here to Alcoholics Anonymous from a hospital where I almost died in a bed that was screwed to the floor. After I got here, I sat like you're sitting right now, and as I sat there, I just didn't give a damn, and I didn't pay any attention, and I didn't listen to the guy up here or the gal up here talking. You know why? Because self says I don't need to listen to that. I'm too smart. That's all baloney. I don't have to hear any crap like that, you know. But yet, though, they're talking about my life. I came here to live. I didn't come here to die. And yet I don't know that, though. I really don't know it. I've got a mind. It's been hurt, damaged a long time ago. Every one of us got one of them. Whether you admit it or not is not important. But what's important to recognize the fact that you do have a mind that does things you wish it didn't do. And that's where I was. I had a mind to talk to me. It talked to me with authority. It talked to me with authority for my life. It talked to me all the time about what's right and what's wrong. The way it should be, the way it shouldn't be. How dumb you are, how smart you are. I've got a mind. I had to get self-honest now. I had to get self-honest with me, not you. Because I'm the one that's suffering. I'm the one that goes out in the world out there, and I have trouble out there. I'm the one that can't go to somebody and really show them love, show them respect. I can't do it. I've got a mind that talks to me and tells me, don't do that. It becomes the authority for my life, but it becomes the authority for every bit of my life. I'm the source of supply. Stop in your own life today, right now. Where do you get your information from? Who tells you when it's right or wrong? Why do you say it's right or wrong? Did somebody displease you? Or was it something really wrong? Just exactly. These questions had to be answered to me, by me, so I can find out exactly what is this self-talking. It certainly isn't thinking, because thinking is something involuntary. You know you can't stop thinking? When you go to sleep at night, do you know you're still thinking? You can't stop it. You don't have the power to stop it. It don't stop. But self-talking is not thinking. Self-talking is when you decide that you want something different, or you decide that this here should be some other thing than what it is. In fact, like this here morning, it might be too long for you. Maybe your self-talking says, there's a bunch of baloney. I ain't going to sit here and listen to this. That's self-talking. That's the power that controls you. That's the thing that you got to recognize what it is. That's where the disease of alcoholism lives and lies. Every one of us are like this. That's why there's only 12 steps, and all 12 steps fit the world. Because of what it is. It's a mind-power disease. If it's a mind-power disease, it's the authority. And when it's the authority, it speaks with authority. Now, thinking isn't like that. Thinking is, what if that cup, what if it's full or empty or cold or hot or what? That's thinking. See? Self-talking is, that's lousy, that's cold, I don't want that stuff, see? I just got through being the authority for my life. I just got through telling you, baloney, see? I know it's this way. Never once can I have an open mind. You see, an open mind is in there too. It's in step 2. It's in step 2. And when it says I must have an open mind, how can I have an open mind if it closes? How many times does your mind close? Now, the reason I'm telling you this is because you can't hear this at meetings. This is application of steps I'm talking about. These are the things that you need in the day you're in. Whether you know it or not is not important, but at least look at it. Let it be presented to you. It's food. It's a way of life. It's the reason to come to meetings and keep coming to meetings and keep reading books, steps, and all of this stuff here. It's for your life. If you don't treat it, when will you treat it? When? When could you treat it? When you wait till you're 60, 70 years old and then decide to treat it? That's what Bill Wilson says. He said, why should we wait till we're 47, 57 and be horribly mangled by alcoholism, the mind here, not up here, before we do anything about it? Why? Why not have a good life today? Why not think good today? Why not look at people and smile instead of frown? Why not look at people and be jealous of them? Why not look at the world and see a world differently than you ever seen it before? I never seen this world before. I never seen these people before. Yet they're there. You gotta have, I know you gotta have a beginning. I know you gotta have information. I know for sure myself today, this day, me, my life, me. I need you, whoever you are. I need to come here. I need to talk here. You know why? So my alcoholism will be treated. So that God will give me His world to be in. He'll give me the power. He'll tell me what to say and where to go and what to do. Because He's a living God. I asked Him to be here to help us all. But that's for me. That's not for you. That's my life I'm talking about. I don't want to live the other way. I know what it's like to hate. I know what it's like to hurt people. I don't want to live like that. I don't want no part of that. I don't need to have a part of that. Just going to meetings isn't just to say, I go to meetings to stay sober. That's a bunch of baloney. Being sober is not my problem. You know what's my problem? Thinking. I don't know how to think to good purpose. I don't know how to use my mind. Some days I can use it well. Other days I can't, and I'm sober. How come? Something's wrong someplace. It's because the power, the authority, it switches, it flip-flops, it goes back to me. When it goes back to me, it goes back to the same disease that always was there. It's always there. It's an ism. It's called alcoholism because it never dies. It's ism, alcoholism. You can't change it. These, you might know this. See, I never knew any of this stuff. See?
I hear you talk about looking at others and finding fault. What about finding fault in yourself, putting yourself down, making everyone look right and yourself wrong?
Mm-hmm. That's the purpose of building a new character, what you're talking about. That's the purpose of 12 steps. That's the purpose now that we're getting to when we go into step 4. First thing you know, we got to go through 1, 2, 3. And when we get into 3, we go into where we make a decision to turn our will and our life over to care of God, and that's in His care now, not my care. I'm going to turn my will and my life over to care of God as I understood Him. I understood Him to be a power greater than me that can do what I can't do. Step 4 says I'm going to make a searching and fearless moral inventory now. Step 4 is in the 4th position because you can't put it ahead of that. If you put it ahead of that, there's no way I'd be able to do that. How can I make a searching and fearless moral inventory of myself? Impossible. But I can now. You know why? Because my will in alignment with God's will makes it possible. That's what it says in step 3. I can use my will anytime at all, so long as it's in alignment with God's will. This is what I need. I need a power greater than me. It says that. I need to have this daily reprieve. It also says that. And I need to do the step in application. This is another thing that says application. I'm not working steps. I wouldn't even know how to work steps. I wouldn't even know what that means. But I know how to apply steps. I know how to be kind to people. I know how to be compassionate, thoughtful, loving, caring. I know how to do all these things. But only because of the grace of God, building a new character that we're talking about here. Building a new character today for today's life as I live today's life. I'm not building this for tomorrow's life, because I wouldn't even begin to know what's going to happen tomorrow, what's needed tomorrow. I don't need to know. It isn't something to consider. But what is about the rest of today? How about now? Right now, just now. Why not? Why not find out what I need now? Why not think well now? Why do I have to wait? Wait for what? I've heard so many things in AA about the first 5 years. Man, if I had to wait 5 years, I never would have made it. I waited 2.5 years, it damn near killed me. See, now I don't believe none of that. I don't believe, it's not true. It isn't true. Because it says here on page 85, when you read it right here in your big book, that I'm not cured of alcoholism. What I really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of my spiritual condition. Every day is a day I must carry the vision of God's will into all of my activities. What's my activities? What I do right here. What I do anywhere in the moment I'm in.
That's it.
As far as that question that was just asked,
Yeah.
can you tell what is that when you go into yourself and you find fault with yourself and say everybody else is right and I'm wrong and you can't live that way?
Well, you know, the purpose of these steps now is to build a new character. Now, that means a new character, not an old character, a modified character, not removing something, get rid of something because it's bothering you, bugging you, or making your life unmanageable. It's building a new character. This has to be primary. This here, what I'm saying now, it has to be primary. It has to be the reason to come here to Alcoholics Anonymous for me to come here, is to build a new character. Not modify the old character, not take the bottle away from me and leave me like I am, because that's what they did. See? They did exactly that. The hospital put me in bed and screwed down to a floor I couldn't get out of, and they sobered me up. They kept the whiskey away from me, see? But then they turned me loose in a world, and they turned me loose in the same world I just left drunk, but I'm sober. And the character that I am, I stayed the same. I didn't know how to build a new character because nobody would tell me that. They would say to me, put the 12 steps in your life. Go to more meetings. Turn it over. How many times you could add more to this right now? Any of you can. I know you can. And then that's all you have to do. They'd say, you're going to be a winner eventually. Well, you can't live eventually like this. You can't. You can't walk around with a mind so troubled, so hateful, so hurtful. My mind's like an elephant, you know. I can remember everything that ever happened since I was a tiny kid. All I have to do is just put that thing in gear, and I've got a terrible day. Because I'll go into areas you can't believe, see? And I'll blame them areas for the way I am today. I'll blame them for weighing up at an algae hospital. I'll blame my father, mother. They didn't have a damn thing to do with it. See? And, you know, this stuff, you know, it's knowledge right now, head knowledge. It doesn't mean nothing, really. It's a bunch of words until the application is there. Everything I've said means nothing, because it meant nothing to me when I heard it. But I found out that I can be who I should be in the day I'm in, that I actually can change, and I can live differently, not by my power now. Don't get me wrong. I didn't say change, Anderson. You can change. Do it. No way. There was something to do each and every day, but it was only for the day I was in. And it started out in step 1, to 2, to 3, going all the way up. But I was a little different too. I had to learn what was wrong with me, and that's the ABCs I talked about last night mainly. I had to learn, why am I coming here and keep coming here? What happened to me? What's wrong with me? Something's wrong with me. Step 2, when it says in there that I'll admit I'm a problem bigger, in fact, I won't admit I'm mentally ill. You bet I'm mentally ill. When you let me go by myself, I'm liable to do anything under the sun. I'm liable to think any kind of thought, any kind of action, and I don't need to be drunk to do it either. I've got something wrong with me. It happened a long time ago, and it happened to my mind. Now my mind is my soul. My mind is not my brain up here that weighs around 3 pounds or whatever it is. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something that's in here. You know where I had to learn this? I learned this from Carl Gustav Jung, his psychiatrist. And he's talking about everybody. He's not talking about alcoholics. He does not speak about alcoholics. And he says in there that the true man or woman lives in the unconscious, what he calls unconscious mind, not the conscious mind. That the unconscious mind would rather do something that knows how to do wrong rather than to do something it doesn't know how to do right. Now how does that grab you? Boy, if that ain't something, I don't know what is. That's the story of my life, right there. That's me. There's so many things to talk about, but the things to talk about are no more than living today so that you're living and looking inside instead of outside. That's something, that was a principle or a truth that I had to learn myself personally. Start looking inside, Anderson. Quit looking outside. Because I work with alkies by the hundreds. I'm around alkies everywhere I go. I've been at it for a lot of years. And you know what, in the beginning, it was so tough to look and watch people because I criticized every one of them. I looked at every one of them and they all were wrong. Every one of them were wrong. I never looked inside to see if there was anything wrong here. Never. I didn't know how to. I didn't know what was necessary and what's needed. That's what this program's recovery is all about, is learning a life today, like you were talking about, the character change. To build the character today. I know how to swear. I'm trying not to swear. So I ask God to help me. Help me. Would you help me? Because it offends people. I don't want to offend people. And there's many, many other things that I could tell you. I have a relationship with the power. The power is God, is my God, my Lord. That's a living God that's with me all the time. I'm asking him all the time how to think well. Think well of anybody. It doesn't make no difference who you are. Because of the fact that I can think the other way. I never knew this. I never knew I needed help. Do you know you need help? I don't know if you do. I didn't know it. I thought that all I had to do is just keep going to meetings, just watch yourself, pay attention to things, don't say this, don't say that, don't act this way, don't act that way, and you'll have a good life. Yeah? Not me, man. I want to be the authority in this business. I was, in San Fernando, I made coffee 4 years there, and imagine 4 years making coffee there, and I never squealed once, And I also was the chairman of the steering committee for 2 years, and you only allowed one. How did I stay the other year? You know how I stayed the other year? I just told them. And I stayed another year. I wouldn't let them change, that's all. I was the authorities. They called me the Gestapo up there. They say, Anderson's the Gestapo. See? You know what I was doing? I was learning about life and living. I was finding a good world. I was finding good people. I was finding things that were so treasured you couldn't believe it. See? And I wanted more of it, and I wanted to be sure you had it, and I wanted to protect it, and I wanted to be sure that everything that went down was correct. See? That's me. That's Alcoholics Anonymous in me when I didn't know what was wrong with me. Here I was doing me all the time. Never once did I ask God, should I do this or shouldn't I do that? Is there something here or not? You see, there's each one of us. I had to build a step 2. It says, I came to believe in a power greater than me to restore me to sanity. How can you believe in a power greater than you when you don't even talk to a power greater than you? That was me. I talked to me all the time. So who did I have? I had me again, see? These are things now, they're only words, but believe me this, they're important. If your life is important to you, like my life became important to me, why not have a good life? Why not have a life that's promised to you by an authority greater than any human authority? Consistent, constant, always there. Other people see it, you transmit it, you show it, you live with it. This is something to know. See, before, I was always trying to win friends and influence people. And I don't need to do that. My Lord says all you have to do is just follow directions and I'll lead you the rest of the way. And that's exactly what I do. And so you see right now, we're in a step now, like you take, like for myself, like step 4. See, 3 is when we're finished. But 4 is when I made a searching and fearless moral inventory. I came up to a point now where I can do something about this here character, building this new character. These are building things to how to do certain things. Now, like any of us today, this day, you can have this day and walk and talk this day, still talking to yourself like I would talk to myself, questioning myself, wanting to know maybe if thinking I'm doing right or wrong, or thinking I'm not doing enough. These are thoughts that I'll process in my mind or give energy to or stuff like that. Instead of me, I had to learn, instead of by myself, why not include God with me all the time? Why not have a living God? Why not ask God how I'm doing? Am I thinking right? Am I saying the right words? Am I saying your words? Do you want me to talk this way? Would you be with me and guide me, empower me, and protect me? Would you take me now and show me exactly what it is I need to know? You see, this is going on right now. I'm not talking about something I'm going to do tonight at the edge of my bed. I'm talking now about something that I mean right this minute. That there is a power here. And when this doorway opened and I come in this room in here, I walk in here with a power greater than me, a God. But you see, I'm promised by God that He'll take care of me. No harm will come to me. No temptation will take me away from Him. That this life that He's going to show me is His world. That He'll allow me to live in this world and do His will. Step 3. Now these are step applications. These are change of character. I wasn't this way because of a hospital. I wasn't this way because of bottles or bars or anything else like that. I was this way because of an application that come out of a book First it was Alcoholics Anonymous, then it was the 12 by 12, and then it was also Emmett Fox's Sermon on the Mount, and then it was also the Tebow papers and the 12 by 12. But you see, it's a daily function. You remember on the bottom of page 83, when it was read in the promises, you know, starting on the bottom of page 83. Well, them promises, they're only scratching the surface. They really are. There's so much to living, there's so much to life, and there's so much to have for each and every one of us that you couldn't believe how deep you can go in spiritual life. And I'm talking spiritual now. I'm talking about what page 63 says, that I was reborn. Reborn spiritually means that I offered myself to God to build with me and do with me as thou wilt, his power, his will, to be relieved of the bondage of self. How can I get out of the bondage of self if I stay with self? If I talk only to me, who do you think I get? Me. But there is a way, and it's an application of what she's talking about, Sylvie's talking about, that there is a power greater than me. His name is God. I believe that. I use that. I pray to that. I trust that. But I also use that for the power to change. I ask God to help me read. Because reading alone, I don't know how to read by myself. But all I have to do is ask God, would you help me? Here's something here. It says, what are we likely to receive from step 5? For one thing, we should get rid of this terrible sense of isolation we've always had. I've always had. So I asked God, would you help me with this isolation problem? I didn't even know that I have a feeling inside of me that I am isolated. And it's true, I am. I feel left out all the time. I feel that there's a crowd over there, I should be with them, and I'm not. I think maybe you're talking about me because you're talking and I'm not with you. I've got a mind that really is crazy. It does crazy things. But that's the disease. Why not live without the disease? That's what it says here, how to do it. They're explaining this to me, and I'm asking God, would you help me with this? What am I likely to receive from step 5? How do I receive it from step 5? Would you show me? Would you be with me? Would you help me? First thing you know, I'm reading something. I know what I'm reading. See, before that, I could read a whole page. I wouldn't remember one word. And I didn't realize and didn't know the help that I needed. I need it for my life, and my life is reading. My life is everything. Right here, right now. I need God here, now. I need God in my car. You see, I don't know this stuff. This is why the program of recovery of the 12 steps, for many, and I mean many, never find it. Never find it. That they keep going, stumbling, flip-flopping, having bad luck, what they call bad luck. The reason why. How can the old character have anything but bad luck? The old character thinks the same way the old character always thought. Selfish self. Never once realizing that there is a way of life by application. Application means applying, using the 12 steps as a way of life. It talks about this all through here. There's more and more to talk about, and it gets more and more all the time. So in step 4, I made a searching and fearless moral inventory. You know, I believe that this is one of the steps that's the most of all steps that are, it's not talked about right, I think, or it's not described of what it is. In the first place, the way it says it is that I made a searching and fearless moral inventory. Moral, I had to find out, was a word I had to learn what moral means. Moral is no more than right from wrong, good or bad. It's the opposite. And so I had to find out, like in step 4, I had to find out how I lived in a day I was in. Even though if it came from yesterday, and it did, yesteryears, and it did, that I had to put down exactly what was in my mind today, this day. Even if it went back many, many years ago. It made no difference. But the thing about it was is that I couldn't use the things that I did years ago and blame today's life on things years ago, like maybe my mother locked me in a closet or something like that, or didn't hug me enough, or things like that, and use that as a legitimate excuse for acting, behaving the day I'm in, for the things that I would do. I had to really look at this inventory they're talking about, because this inventory in step 4 is about yesterday's. It's not about really today. There is a step for that reason, but we're not there yet. But the most important thing I think, though, about this is the character that I built many years ago. I had to find out how I built me, exactly how I built me. What's wrong with me? How did I get this way? Why am I acting this way? Today, this day, today. I had to go into areas of my life a long time ago, and I found out the best way for me. Now, what I say now is only my opinion. And what I say is not coming out of the books and that. This is an opinion that I had to go to the people that were the closest to me to find out the defects of character that I had in my life. Now, that meant my mother, my father, my brothers, sisters, and people like that were the closest to me. How I would treat them, how I would answer back to them, and so I had to see this myself with my own family. I had to see this. I knew why I got mad at guys in bars and the motorcycle crowd I used to run with and all that. I knew all of them things, and the defects that they created, I knew them also, and they were fresh and they were in my mind. But I didn't know about a way that I was. When I was a young kid, how I thought of my older brother, 2 years older than me, and what I thought of him, and the way that I was jealous of him. And then as we grew up, I got worse in different things, in different ways that he could do that I couldn't do. And I had to learn the character that I was inside. Happened a long time ago, but I kept using that character in the day I was in. When I made a searching and fearless moral to me, I had to find out that moral was right or wrong. Either one of the two. And it's not about the things that I used to do and I used to damage or I used to do that caused maybe other people certain types of harm and things like that. That wasn't there in that step. That wasn't for that reason. It was there for find out in step 4 is why I'm so angry. I came here and I was an angry person. I was angry inside, outside. I was that way. I'd get angry inside and I'd get outside. It means I would fight or I would think rotten. And I was jealous. I was always angry all the time. I was always walking around looking at people and feeling thoughts inside of myself, emotions and everything else. I never knew why. I just didn't know. And these were the things that I had to write down about me when I made a searching and fearless moral inventory of my mind today, this day, today. I had to start writing. And in the beginning, I got off base quite a bit, because them days everybody said the same thing. Oh, just put down this and that, you'll be all right, you know. Well, I wasn't all right, because as I went along and I found myself, I'd be in situations and I'd be in places or jobs I did or whatever it was like that, and I was still the same way. I was just as angry, or I could get just as angry, or I could get just as hateful over somebody or something that I'd walked in the day I was in. I was upset. I lived in a world. It wasn't a very good world, because every time I turned a corner there was something wrong with the world, you know. But I didn't know that, though, and I didn't know that was coming from me. I didn't know that that's the way I'm built. That's the way I am made. I am made to think that way and act that way. And so the only reason I had to go to the people, like I said about my mother, my father, was to find certain things about me that was inside of me. And these things I could find very easy if I went to them, especially my older brother and my sister. You know, I could look at them And I could be as jealous could be. I hated their guts. In doing that, though, the character that I was creating a character that looked at life like that. I was looking at being left out, somebody else getting more than me. I was looking at people the same way I looked at my brother or my sister. And I didn't know that the things that I thought of at the time were the same things I thought of them at the same time. I was making myself capable of upsetting everybody around me because I was upset. And so I learned how to live like that and how to do things like that, or how to get my way, or how to stop people from doing certain things, you know. And so this here made a searching and fearless moral inventory. I had a sponsor that talked to me right away, and he talked to me about self-honesty. He said, the very first thing that I'm going to have to teach you is about self-honesty. Not honesty, cash register honesty, honesty out to the world to taken, but self-honesty inside. And self-honesty inside is exactly what fourth step to me means, because of the fact that I can have the world by the tail. I can have everything I need today. And I can be just as angry, just as mean, just as rotten. I need more than I got even. I've got so much you can't believe it, and I can't see any of it. I have a way of thinking that I'm always thinking you have more than I have. He's got a prettier wife, or there's something wrong with the picture I look at all the time, see? And this here I had to look at on the inside of why they would put a fourth step there in the fourth position, where I have to make a searching and fearless moral inventory of me, only me. Just leave the other people out. Maybe you can use them for comparison or use them to find out how you feel about something, but don't blame that person. Don't look at that other person for any other reason to just identify self. That's all. No more than that. Because I was that way, man, I'll never forget. I was that way. I was the most jealous little kid you ever seen in your life. There was 5 of us in our family, 5 kids. And I was the worst of the 5 because I was the one that was always jealous. I was always wanting what you had. I always thought you got more than I got. Whatever it was something wrong. There was something wrong. And being wrong made you wrong. Made me feel bad towards you. And this, I could never get this, you know. And so I didn't know that the carryover or the character building that happened then was going over or carrying over into the world I was living in as I was growing up. I didn't know that. So I put the blame on you, whoever you were. And, you know, and I work with a lot of alkies and everything else like that, and I'm not going to pick on people or things, but I'm going to say something about, like, therapy, about how taking people back to when they're little kids and then making them go live and relive that life and then look at that life as today's life, and that's what's wrong with you. Man, I think that's terrible to do that to somebody. I really do. Because of the fact that, man, you're hurt enough as it is. Why hurt you any more than that, you know? Why not make you well? Why not go to a program of recovery and stay in a program of recovery? That's what this is about. This isn't about but them things have to be identified. I know they have to be identified. This is the same thing as me breaking stuff. My sister, my brother would give me. And I'd be mad. I'd go into a temper tantrum of some kind, maybe I wanted more. So I'd break up or tear up whatever they did. And I'd blame them for it. You see, I didn't know. That's character building. That's as you grow up, as I grow up, that I act like that as an adult. That I actually look at the world like this. I want more, or I think that you got better or have more than I have, or something like that. And that in turn will upset me inside. You might not know it, whoever you are, but I know it. And at the same time when I know it, then my life that day is a rotten world. And I start looking at people, all people, any kind of people, doesn't make a difference who they are. I start looking at them, and I got harmful feelings, harmful thoughts. And I don't even know that that hurts me in my life. That makes me live in a world. It's not a good world. It's not a happy world. It's not a world I know. I don't know that world. I know the other world. And here in Alcoholics Anonymous, or this 12-step program, call it what you will, however you look at it, they're teaching me how to change and how to build a new character today, this day, today, now, for now, because I'm living now. This isn't something I'm planning for the future like I used to. You know what I used to do, and I didn't know any better because nobody would tell me, nobody would help me in AA, is that I was always in rehearsal. I was always reading something for later. I was always studying all night long, so the next day I was going to be perfect. You know, everything was really fine. I didn't know what was wrong with me. There's no studying I could do to make the next day happen beautiful, because I don't even know what's going to happen the next day, and I don't even know that this life that I'm talking about can be the life that I am talking about for any of us, all of us. Stop and think now. There's 12 steps for the whole world. Remember, from June 10th, 1935, when Dr. Bob's birthday, when AA is officially here on this earth, God put it here. Bill Wilson wrote it, sure, I know that. I know the history behind everything. But God made sure that it was put here. God made sure that each one of us would have a chance. Every one of us would have a chance. There isn't any of us that can be unique, that you could be any different than me, so that you'd have to go and suffer some more. There's no such thing as that. But there's a way of life here that has to be explained. There's a way of life, I believe, has to be talked about and shown. Because if we go to meetings like we do, all of us, any of us do, and we're at the meetings and they're talking about yesterdays, they're talking about maybe situations that were tough, what good would that do you? Would that put you closer to God? Would that change you? Would that make you behave differently? Would it do it? I don't think so. It never did it to me. But there is a way, and that's what this is about right now. How important your life is to you, I don't know. Mine became very important. I don't want to think that way. I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to act out of what I believe is right or wrong. By myself, I don't want to be myself. I want to have something with me all the time. I want the guidance and direction from a power, which I call God, a Lord. This is what I'm learning right now. How to build a new character, not modify the old character. How to build the new character, the man I should be today according to the will of God. That's what this is all about. Whether or not you believe it, I don't know. In the beginning, I didn't want to touch it. But then later on, I had to, because what did I have? I had 2.5 years of me, sober. I had the same 2.5 years drunk. No difference. But I know there's a difference. And I know this world that I'm talking about is for all of us, every one of us. Sylvia and I were over in Europe for what, a little over 3 weeks. It's the same over there as it is here. Same type of thinking, same mind, same everything. And the application's the same. It's the same too. So why not have this here, what I'm talking about? To make a searching and fearless moral inventory is no more like self-honesty, like looking inside of myself, seeing how short-tempered I am, how impatient I am. I'm very impatient. I don't know how not to be impatient. These were things that I had to start writing down. I had to learn that there's a process, and it's in the big book, and it's good. And in the big book, they're listing there the defects and also the fears. I had to list them down too, the fears. They're important. But I had to put down honestly, self-honestly, that this person that I'm writing about, this here way of life that I live, I had to put it down. I had to write about it. I had to say to me, this is you. So let's write about you. How your mind thinks. How you try to fool people. how a phony is. I'm a phony. This is self-honesty to me. How I think that I can get away with things. That I actually think I can get away with them. And they're lies. They're big lies. Every one of them are. I had to learn to look at me, inside of me. That's what this is all about. And this inventory is very important, because this inventory is the real character that I represent here. The character I am lives here, not up here. Up here is just like, I mean well, but I can't do well. It's an opinion. Down here, let's go down here and find out if I can do it. If I can do it here, that's who I am. If I can show you honesty and show you love and consideration, that's the person I am. Up here, no. One day I could, next day I can't. I want to be somebody now that God wants me to be. This is why the steps are in the order form they're in, logically in order form they're in. To make a searching and fearless moral inventory. If I didn't do this, I would have to walk and talk in the day I'm in. Always full of me from yesterdays and yesteryears. Full of all the defects. Defects were things I did I should never do. I should never have done these things. I should never turned into who I did turn into. The defects of character. One thought would ruin my whole day. Might ruin somebody else's day too. Just one thought. Out of my mind. And I didn't even consider that. I thought I was entitled to do as I damn please, because I'm sober and I'm trying my best, what I considered my best, to be somebody. And I couldn't be that person. This is real, but I'm talking about but I don't think myself, honestly don't think, and I haven't for years, that step 4 is hard to do. Because it's a living step. It's the way my mind functions today. It's the self-honesty in me that tells me that what I think is not true. I don't really believe that. I have to really be honest with myself, because I'm going to have to be honest with God. If I cannot have self-honesty with me, there's no way I'll ever have that self-honesty with God. It just don't happen. I'll lie to Him the same way I lie to me. And this is something I don't want to do. I'm trying to build a relationship now. I'm trying to build a new character. I'm trying to live today differently than I ever lived before. And this is the way I do it. This is how it happens. Now each one of us can go, I know that each one of us can go into our own lives backwards as far as you want to go, but don't blame something from yesterday's life and blame it on today's life, because it happened many years ago, and that's why I'm like now. That don't make sense because of the steps before it. I found out there's a God. There's a God. Step 2 says, I came to believe in a power greater than me. Step 3 says, when I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God, I can be honest and have self-honesty. I can look at the world through God's eyes. When I did the 3rd step prayer, being relieved of the bondage of self, that's self-honesty if you don't know it. That's self-honesty, something I couldn't supply before, because I always had to stretch the truth, or I had to lie about something. I had to tell something a certain way. You know, it wasn't that way, but I had to tell it that way, so that I could look at it and make you look at me better, or think I'm somebody special. And yet, though, it says differently. It says God's going to take care of me. It's going to be in His care. I don't have to do that no more. I don't have to do the things I used to do. And then when 4 is there, I don't have to live from yesterday's life and blame yesterday's life because today's life isn't like it should be. Instead of me building a relationship with God today, instead of me trying my best today to see what it is today, to do today, for my life today, I'm still blaming yesterday's failures, yesterday's excuses, yesterday's happenings. And yet, though, it says differently, building a new character by the will and trust of God. That's what this is about and what I'm talking about now in step 4. In step 4, I don't think step 4 is very hard. I think 5 is harder. I think 5 is way, way harder. The reason why is because when it says I admit to God, to myself, and to another human being the exact nature of my wrongs, admitting it is one thing, accepting it is another thing. It's easy to get on my knees and tell God I'm sorry, and then get up from my knees and walk away. That sorry doesn't mean nothing. It's just a word. Doesn't mean nothing. And it's easy to talk to you and tell you some things. Admit to God, to myself, another human being. Another human being. Who's another human being? Anybody that I can maybe lay something on. That's easy to do that. To accept it? No. I'm not going to accept it. I'll blame it. I'll still blame it. I'll still say, I wouldn't have done this if you hadn't done that. I'll still think you're wrong. This is about step 5. Step 5 is a big step. And step 5 is an important step for what it is. Because what it says, admit to God, to myself, another human being, the exact nature of my wrongs. What's my wrongs? The defects of character that I listed. I listed a bunch of defects of character that started many years ago. They have fears attached to them. They have ways of thinking that can't be there. They can't be there, but they're there. In the moment I'm there, this is in 4, 5, and 6. This is why the 3 steps are together, is because of what they are. If I can learn to accept what I wrote about is me. That's me. That's who I am. I act like this. I talk like this. I act like this. I'm like this all the time. This is something now that should be looked at. I believe should be looked at because of the fact that I think 5 is much harder to do than 4. I think 5, to accept yourself as being somebody now, is real difficult. It's real difficult to accept yourself that way. Because I put down some things that I didn't believe, that these things were the things that I did, and I did them all the time. I lived that way. I thought that way. I acted that way. I was sober 2.5 years and still doing the same thing. I didn't change. And I paid no attention to step 6. In step 6, when it talks in there, it's talking in step 6 that I'm entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. All of them. I'm entirely ready to have God with me right now. I'm entirely ready with a lifetime practice, it says. A lifetime practice. See, we've been talking now about a program recovery and about a lot of steps and principles and things like that. And I put them always in a basis of yesterday. I put them in a basis of, I've already done that. I passed that. I know that. I did that. No. I didn't build a new character to get past it. I'm building a new character to live with, to be with, to think with, to act with. I'm building a new character in the day I'm in for today only. This isn't now something I'm building so that the rest of my life, whatever it is, it's going to be corrected. It won't be corrected. It'll be corrected only in the day I'm in, the now. And the reason why is because the principle that I'm using is the principle that I'm using now. To actually be entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character is a way of stating a lifetime practice. Step 4 did this and I didn't even know it. It even says it in step 4. That this is a lifetime problem that I'm going to have to do and be with all the time. When 6 says it's a lifetime practice, means that today, this day, today, now, right now, this very minute, I'm entirely ready to have God in my life right now to help me, guide me, direct me, to help me so if there is anything there, He'll be there. And I've never seen it fail yet. But you see, this is in principle. This is in truth. This is in application. That I have to do this. And if I don't do it, what am I going to do? I'm going to do the same thing I always do. I'm going to go to me, and then me's going to say, let's figure it out this way. This is the best way to do it. Let's go this way. And when I go this way, I go the old way. And the old way is the old character that has the disease of alcoholism. The new character, meaning the new character that with God, that I have been building from step application, by principles, truths, that I'm using truths for my life. Take a look at it sometime. See the difference between a principle and a truth. I had to look at it and keep looking at it because I know principles. I'm a mechanic. I'm a welder. I'm an electrician. I've done nothing but work on automobiles, engines, diesels, propane, you name it, for all of my life. There's many principles there. But how about the truth? I don't know it by truth. I know the truth is I do it this way, it works. The principle says do it the other way and it'll work. I said, no, I'll do it this way. I know it works this way. You see, I don't know the explanation of why they use the word principle. See, the principle is a word that bothered me a great deal. It stopped me a long time. And the only reason I'm saying about it now is because I had to look at life as the truth. The truth. If I'm kind to you, I know you're going to be kind to me. If I have compassion for you, I know you'll have compassion for me. I know if I don't steal from you, you won't steal from me. I know that if you speak well of me, I'll speak well of you. These are all principles, but there's the truth though. They're learning how to live in the day I'm in, not knowing exactly what it means to live by principles. So the word principle had to go out and the truth had to come in. Because I need to know. There's so many ways to look at it. Last night I was talking about the ways of looking at certain words like acceptance, words like surrender, words like willingness, many, many words. They're all through the book. You know, I read that, and as I read it, I thought I knew what I was reading. When I said the word, I know the word, I know what it means, I know what willingness means, but I don't know what willingness means by principle in my life, for my life. Willingness is a state of mind. Willingness means willingness for my whole life. My whole life. You see, down in step 2, when they were talking in 2, I had to quit the debating society. Which come first, the chicken and the egg? It wasn't about a chicken and an egg, believe me, it wasn't. It was about a willingness to quit looking at life cockeyed, to quit looking at somebody else and thinking they're wrong. The willingness, not just to quit drinking or using or anything like that, but the willingness to let God into my life and do for me what I can't do for myself. The willingness is like an attitude. I'm not fighting nobody or nothing no more. I'm not denying you. I'll listen to you. I'll be open-minded to you. Say what you will. I won't think it's crazy. I won't think it's wrong. If you believe it's right, it's right. If you say that wall is black, it's black. I don't care. I am not here to argue with nobody. It's a chicken and egg. It ain't about a chicken and egg. It's about a mind that can't stand things the way they are. It has to have them different. Has to argue about them. Has to push a point across. I don't want to do that. We're building a character by step application, by living it. This is living now, what I'm talking about. This ain't reading. This ain't listening now to something that came out of page so-and-so. That ain't what it's about. It's about how to build a new character by acting, thinking, doing, being somebody that makes it possible through a power greater than any human power, God. Talking about God. Talking about God's will. This is what we're doing now, talking now. In step 6, I'm entirely ready right now to have God right here, right now. The willingness is here with me right now. I don't have to look for willingness or have willingness to let something come in under protest. That's the way I used to live. I used to live under protest all the time. I didn't like what it is, but I'll go along with it. I don't know how to act any different. Now, I'll tell you this, I know for my life, that gave me a bad world. It gave me a world I quarreled with. It gave me a world where I didn't like where I was because I wanted to be somewhere else. I went along for the ride because I had to go along for the ride. That's living under protest. I didn't ever learn this. I learned it through Dr. Tebow. That's how I learned it. Compliance versus surrender. I could comply, but I couldn't surrender. I still had to have it my way. I'd comply, I'd go along with you, but I went along with you only under the protest of knowing that there'll come a day when I'll do different. Boy, that's a terrible way to live. You have to do this all the time. You have to go in the day you're in all the time. You have to look at people, and you have to do things, and you don't want to do them, but you do them anyway. That's not a way to think. That's not a way to act. And I don't do that, by the way, too. When we wind up going in restaurants, like we went in the restaurant last, it was a terrific restaurant. We had some terrific food. See? You know what my head should normally tell me? Let's go to McDonald's. You know why? I can get a hamburger there for cheaper money than that, quicker than that. I don't have to be with everybody around there. And that's easy enough to do. Here's a gal here can prove that. Step 6, I'm entirely ready, is really the first part I'm trying to at least look at. I'm entirely ready to have God in my life now, right now. This is the main part in step 6. I'm entirely ready to have God remove all of my defects of character. All of my defects of character are always the things that were in the yesterdays that I lived with, did with, walked with, talked with. I never left there. I always kept them. That's why the first set of steps, the first 6 steps, to me, is always about alcoholism, about what I need, what I do, and what's wrong with me. The first 6 steps is describing me, the way I think and act, because of a disease called alcoholism. The first set of steps, 6 steps, is always about what's needed, what has to be done, what has to be recognized, what has to be admitted, accepted. Because from here, going to step 7 to 12, is a different proposition altogether. In my book, the way I read it, the way I live it, the way I think it. So you see, in step 6, I'm entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. Defects of character are my defects of character, not yours. And that was already proven by 4, 5, and 6. When I made a list of all the searching and fearless moral inventory of me and my mind today, this day, how I act today, no matter how many yesterdays they were, let's stay in today. So, are there any questions? Because we got almost 10 minutes, and then we got noon, and noon is when you're supposed to eat something, aren't you?
We're going to do it
Huh?
at 12:30, but why don't we just do what questions?
A question will go right up to then.
The question is, do you believe a person is born with an addiction?
You know, that question is asked all the time. No, I don't believe that I was born with an addiction. I don't believe that. Now, I know that there's a lot of traits that everybody has differently than others, and traits could be identified in behavior when you are using, regardless of what you use, drunk or pills or whatever you do. I believe that, that you have traits about you. Like I used to be a real selfish character when I was a young kid. I was selfish as it could be. I have a daughter that's 23 years old. She's like me. You gotta see her. You can't be a bigger taker than she is, She's like I was. but she's no alcoholic. And I don't think you can be born that way because of the fact of what you have to do to be an alcoholic or have the ism in you, whether you call it by pills or drugs or heroin or snorting or whatever it is. No, I don't think so. I think it's like participation game. It's the same thing. It's like swimming. You have to jump in the water and start swimming. You can't swim. I can't swim out on the floor out there, you know. It's a participation game. You got to get in there and do it. And when you do it, the happenings happen. I know for sure myself, drinking. I wasn't drunk overnight. I didn't get drunk overnight. I didn't become an alcoholic overnight. I know that. It took a participation game. I had to get out in that world out there and live in them bars, ride in them motorcycles, drink them drinks, fight them fights, do them things. My mind, I had to be the person that I wound up being. I wasn't born that way. I had to learn how to do all of these things just like yourself. Take a look at yourself. No matter what size you are, whether you're a big guy or a little guy, it doesn't make no difference. Big gal or little gal, doesn't make no difference. Did you have to be taught how to get drunk? Does somebody have to pour you on and put you on the floor and pour it down your throat and say, here, swallow this and keep that down there till you get drunk? I don't think so. I drank it because I drank it, and when I drank it, I felt good. It was a participation game. I wasn't born this way. I wasn't born with, you know, these defects of character that I was talking about? When I was a young kid, being jealous. I wasn't born jealous. I got jealous because my brother got something bigger and better than I did, and I got jealous of him. And as I got jealous of him, I learned how to get jealous of other things too. The first thing you know, I'm a jealous person. I wasn't born that way. I got that way through the way I lived, I thought, and acted. The character that we've been talking about here, the character that's in the 12 steps, they're talking about the same thing. Unless I accept my most devastating weakness and all of its consequences of real happiness, I'll find none at all. What is that? What is my devastating weakness? It's my mind. My mind. I don't live in my house on an address or a building or anything like that. I live in my mind. And when I live in my mind, I do exactly the same things I always do. What I can get away with or what I want. And so that's who I am. I am that person. I wasn't born that way. I wasn't born to learn how to steal and take, how to take advantage of situations, how to rob and be in places and wait till it's the right time and then go ahead and do your thing and get away with it. Smartness in me taught me that. Smartness taught me how to get away with murder almost and not get caught. I certainly wasn't born that way. How could I be born that way? It's the same thing as addiction. Same thing as alcoholism. It's a mind-controlling disease. Whether you call it what you will, I don't know. I can tell you what the book calls it. I can tell you where it's at, the description.
Explain the difference between living and your life.
Well, you know, I get mixed up there. This is very, for me, I really got mixed up. The reason why is because I went to California. I went in AA in Cleveland in a hospital. Come out of there 3.5 months later, I'm in California, and I'm working at a Lincoln Mercury dealership in Van Nuys, and I'm bringing home a paycheck, and I make good money, you know. In them days, I made no less than $100 a day, and that's back in 1953. $100 a day is a lot of money, you know. It was a lot of money. I bought a new house with a GI Bill. The house cost $13,500, and the payment's only $69 a month, and that's taxes and insurance. And I bought a brand new Mercury right off the showroom floor for $3,800. See, I'm living high in the hog. I'm living good. My life is worth 2 cents. I got mixed up. I thought this was all about living. I didn't know this was about life. I didn't know about inside here. I don't know about you guys. But your possessions, like maybe my possessions, I used to think my happiness, I had a motorhome that cost more than my house. I had a motorhome cost $21,000. My house only cost $13,500. I had a boat. I had motorcycles. I used to have everything, the best of everything. I even had the best camera I could buy. You know what that is? A Hasselblad. You know how much it cost me? It cost me $10,000 for a camera. For a camera, $10,000. That's living. That ain't life. Life is what goes on in here. That's life. I got mixed up. So when I got to AA, I thought everything was about winning. About winning. Getting more. See? I don't know how to look at life because I got too many possessions. I got too many things out there that more than you got. So that makes me feel better because I'm better than you.
What's the difference? What is the difference between the words understand and understood?
Boy, that's real good. I had to learn that too. Understand is a word that I had to take out of my vocabulary. I do not use that word, and if I do, I bite my tongue every time I use it. Because of what understand did to me in the program of recovery. Understood and understand are two entirely different meanings. When you say something to me and I say I understand, you better not say anymore. Because everything you say, I know everything about it. I understand. I know what you're talking about. You don't have to say anymore. You don't have to tell me nothing. But understood is not understand. Understood is a condition or a finished product. It's understood that if you don't lock that door tonight, somebody's liable to come in here and steal all your stuff. That's understood. That's not understanding about a lock that turns or anything else like that. It's understood. In other words, it's understood there's a power greater than me, and his name is God. It's understood there's a power greater than me. I don't have to understand that power, and I don't need to even begin to think about it. But it's understood I better use that power. If I don't, then I got me again. That's what step 2 is all about. That I came to believe in a power greater than me to restore me to sanity. I can't restore me to sanity. When you say something to me or talk to me, try it yourself on somebody else now. When they say something to you and you say, I understand. What do you understand? Just exactly, what do you understand? Could you learn more? Do you know everything? Do you know that whatever they're going to say, they might say more than you never heard before? And if you say, I understand, that shuts them off? If you don't think so, try it. Try it with anybody or anything where you're at. Use the word understand and see what it does to you. Makes you smart. Makes you know everything that is to know. Understood is a statement that's made right now. It's permanent, it's effective, it does exactly what it says it does. It's understood. It's understood. What does that mean? To me, I had to stop and change the word now from understand to awareness. Awareness is a word that I use all the time. I'm aware of what you just said. I'm aware of what just happened. I don't understand it, and I don't need to. It's not necessary, and I don't have to go into it. This is important to me only. To you, I don't know. But if you catch yourself next time saying, I understand, when somebody's talking to you, what you just did, you shut them off. And you not only shut them off, you stopped information that might be there for you that you need.
You said in discussing the principles, you said in discussing the principles that if I treat you well, you will treat me well. Does not does not the steps and this program teach us to treat each other and to be helped to them even when they do not treat us well? Are we not to try to be helpful to them and try to view them as sick people who need our help?
Yes, positively. What you said is in print, even in the big book. It's real right. But the principle now, again, or the truth about what I'm saying and what's needed is still there. You can't get away from it, you know. And if not from this day today, for what's left today, try to see this here as it is now. Somebody smiles at you. What do? You gonna smile back at him? Are you gonna just give him a rotten look? What are you gonna do? Somebody bends down, you dropped your pen, they bend down, they pick it up and give it to you. What do you do? Yeah. There's a great amount of character building here. We're going to get into that, the next step. The next step is where this becomes more to be talked about or looked at or considered, because it's going to be step 7. Humbly ask God. Humbly ask God to remove our shortcomings. And that's going to be coming out in the next one, in the next step in the application. This is not a point of argument, what you're saying. There are people out there that if you run them off the freeway or you don't run them off, they're still going to be just as mean and mad as they've ever been, and they'll do exactly the same thing they're always done. But that still isn't you. I come here, in meaning Alcoholics Anonymous, I come here to learn how to live in a world that I couldn't live in, and they're teaching me that now. They're not teaching me how to get meaner, madder, how to look at you cockeyed, how to blame you or pick on you. They're not doing that here. But people might do that, though. But that isn't the purpose of coming here, and that's not the purpose of what we're doing here right now. To find fault. You don't have to come here to learn how to find fault. And it's not necessary. You can do that without this here Saturday, I'll tell you that. But to find out how to live in a world, in this world that you live in, is making your life beautiful, making you feel good, making you know there is a power that's greater than any human power that's going to take care of you, that's going to make the world you live in a world you'd like and you'd want to live more in it. It couldn't, I know myself, for myself. I've had days, many days, that I swore up and down there'd be no way that you could beat this day because of what happened this day. It was so good. The next thing you know, another day would come and beat that day all the heck. How come? Are there people out there that's going to stop that day from happening like that? Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. I don't have to know, and I don't have to look for it. I know that this, what I say all the time, is the truth. I know the results are always there. Never fails. Never turns around. Never hurts me. Never.
What purpose does a fearless servant step for?
You know, I got a baby over here in Denver. I was over in Denver for about 7 years, and I got a baby over there, and he had about 18 months. And this day I got him, why it was the day that he was gonna kill himself. He was almost to suicide, almost. I mean this now. He was really, really in bad shape. He never made a fear list. He had a sponsor, and he put down defects of character. He did everything according to what at that time was right as far as he knew. He had 18 months in Alcoholics Anonymous, and he was going to kill himself. And that night, I met him that night. We talked a little bit. We got together. We became good friends. We're still good friends today. And he never make a fear list. He never once put a fear list down. And the things that he was fearing, he was always experiencing it. He was always looking at it. He was like I was when I first got here. I first got here, I was a doomsday man. I was always looking at life, figuring I'm going to lose, figuring that it doesn't make any difference. Buy a house, I'm going to lose it anyway. They're going to take it away from me. The payment was only $69 a month. Anybody would make that payment. But I didn't think so. I thought that home savings and loan was going to take it away from me. Doomsday's coming. I was under fear. I was under the fear that I carried with me when I was drinking all the time. The fear, I never put down a fear list when I put down an inventory. I never put down the fact of making money, that I could make money. I could pay my bills, that I don't need to worry now about losing cars or losing possessions anymore. I never put that down. I never knew. I didn't even know that I needed to put down or recognize a way of thinking that will bring on fears. And these fears now are real because they're real in me. They upset me. They make me think in terms that this is going to happen, that's going to happen. And most of the time, if I live like that, that does happen because I make it happen. I truly, honestly make it happen. And so this here fearless is important. And I think that any sponsor, I don't care what sponsor he or she is, doesn't make any difference. I think that the importance of a fearless, I believe, is known pretty good. It's explained in a big book pretty well because it does have a fear list there. And this here means that the fears, I believe that each one of us are our own fears being put down, because the moment you put down the defect of character, it also, if the fear is identified, because first the defect is there, then the fear is there. Later on, I know that there is such a thing as conscious or unconscious fears. I know that. But I had to live it to know it. It's in print, it's in your book, it's in the 12 by 12. But to know the difference between fears, I think you should talk about them. This is probably right now even. We can discuss maybe 5 minutes of fears if you don't know what fears are. Now fears are great. Now fears could be for many reasons. Fears of maybe inadequacy of a job, maybe a relationship, maybe of accomplishments, maybe of promotions, maybe of a job that maybe you just got a new job. I don't know. I know you did a little while ago. You just got it. Maybe you got some fears along that line about that job. You and I never talked about this, but it's something that I don't think it's anything private or anything else, because of a fear of recognizing something that might kill you. It might stop you dead in your tracks. It might even make you perform in the job you're in less qualified. Might. Possible. But there's many, many fears. And I think that knowing certain things, especially about defects of character, will remove the fear. Because I'm not living that same way, doing the same thing I did before. Because I'm not doing that, I'm not living that fear. I'm not living a fear like a safecracker. He's living under a fear of getting caught. All he has to do is go out and try to rob a safe. I know he's got fears inside of him. Because I know that the moment you steal, the moment you break in, there's going to be something there that you're going to be fearful of, getting caught. But getting caught could mean other things too, other kind of occupations.
Step 4, when you say I had to sow to the people closest to me, does this mean you want and ask them their opinions of you or you? Looked at your relationship with them or both? No, absolutely not, positively not. The only reason I said that is because I found out through experience of my own, first my own life, and then many, many others following, the best way to identify, the best way that I know of to look at this
to be able to see inside is through friends or family. I can see me clearer, better, when I treat my father wrong. Maybe I beat him up one time and I shouldn't have done that, see. That was one of the deals that I had to put down. I know that. I'm not afraid of that. I see that. I see that the treatment I gave my sister or my brother, I can look at it better than I can maybe some guy at the bar. It's easier for me to see defects of character in me through people that are closest to me, not to use them people for any reason, for any blame, no reason like that. But I want to see me, or why I treated my brother a certain way, or why I accused him of certain things. See, I don't need him in the picture at all. But I do need me in the picture with him to see me how I acted, not the way he acted or reacted, but me, the way I acted. These were important. These were very important things to me, so I could get started on an inventory that belonged to my life, not to his or hers, whoever they are. Now, some of these inventory stuff is pretty obvious. I think some of you know pretty obviously what defects of character are. If you don't, I think maybe we better talk about that and learn that and see that, because at work, this was something that I had to learn about at work. I'm an automobile mechanic. The guy next to me, I don't think he's very smart. I think he's pretty dumb. I think I can do a better job than he'll ever do. See, I've got a defect of character. And this defect of character is in me, not him. I'm picking on him and using him all the time about me, to pump me up, to make me feel better. I better quit that, because I think less of him all the time. The defect of character is judging him, criticizing him, but that's one person. I turn into a person that does that to everybody. I don't do it just at work. I don't do it just to my father or my brother. I become a character that has defects all through me, meaning anywhere I go, I take me and my defects with me. They give me trouble. They make me judge you, whoever you are. They make me think less of you a lot of times. I shouldn't do that. I have no business doing that. We're not talking about you, ever. I'm never talking about you. I'm talking about me. I came here for me. I said that in the beginning. I said it last night. That's not a selfish thing. I came here because I don't know how to live in the world out there unless I do come here. I come here to learn a great many things that I don't know nothing about. I don't know how to think correctly, act correctly in the moment I'm in. I don't even know how to tell a person thanks the way I should tell them. I don't know how to do that.
How can you learn to pray if you have a problem with authority?
You know, this here is something I had to do. I had to learn how to pray to another man's God. I didn't never know how to pray. I don't know what the word prayer means. I don't know what it does. I don't know where it's at. I don't know nothing about it. But I followed directions. And the directions I followed was from another man, another alcoholic. He told me exactly what to call him. He told me to call him God, because he called him God. He told me that I should ask for help in the day I'm in from this God. He told me to start my day off in the morning asking for help, trying to keep alive during the day the same thought of asking and keep asking the very same God that he prayed to that I would pray to. It started out like a hit and miss deal, a now and then deal. It started out some days I'd do it and some days I wouldn't do it. I'll be damned, I just wouldn't do it. I didn't care, I didn't think about it, I didn't even consider it. I just didn't do it. I started going along doing the same thing all the time. But you know what happened? What happened is I started building a character, a new character, different character, by going to another man's God more often than I started out with. I started out with nothing and I started adding in the day I was in. And I did it at work, mainly, mostly. And I did it by a watch. I did it by a clock. The reason why is because as a mechanic, I flag a hard copy. I get a hard copy in your car, I flag it. I flag it with my name and number, and I get paid by that. It's got the time factor on it. I get paid by it. Every time I looked at a clock or a watch, I thought in terms of God. I'm sorry, it's been 15 minutes. I didn't talk to you. I didn't thank you, praise you. I'm sorry, I'm back. Half an hour, I'm back. I forgot about you. Some days I didn't even go there. But you know what? I started building a relationship with something else other than me. I can look you in the eye and tell you, whoever you are, I don't care who you are, I was better off every time I talked to something else besides me. I was better off. I felt better inside. I don't know if God wants me to talk to him and praise him and thank him, but I feel better when I do. This is an individual application, and I'm certainly not telling you to do it. I'm telling you what I had to do so that I could have what was promised in the page 83 and also in the 12 by 12. I did exactly that. Next thing I know, I took this same prayer with the same God in my car, driving down the street, talking to a God that there isn't nothing there, but there was there. There was another man's God there, because I called him by name, and that's what that meant. I didn't know how to call God by name. I didn't know why to call him name. I found this out training dogs. I learned how to train dogs, and I speak of this a lot because I used to raise Dobermans, and I raised them for confirmation and obedience. And the first thing I learned, the very first thing I learned, was to call him by name. I had a dog whose name was Bo. When I spoke to him, the first thing I would say to him, Bo, come. Bo, this, Bo, that. His ears would stick up. He'd hear his name. I learned to call him by his name. Do you know that that same thing is in the 12 by 12 for the same reason? And it's on page 109. So practicing these steps, we had a spiritual awakening about which finally there was no question, and I did have a spiritual awakening. Looking at those who were only beginning the way I began, and still doubted themselves, which I did. The rest of us were able to see the change setting in. They told me that. The guys used to say, Anderson, are you going to church? I said, no. And they said, there's something happening to you. From great numbers of such experiences, we could predict that the doubter who still claimed that he hadn't got the spiritual angle and who still considered his well-loved AA group the higher power would presently love God and call him by name. It's in writing. It's in print. Page 109. That's exactly what happened to me. But it's what should happen to me. It's what I needed to have happen to me. And it did. In step 6, to wind up at step 6, I believe, for any and all of us, it says it's a lifetime practice. It says that I'm entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character, as a lifetime practice. That's in the words. A lifetime practice is right now. I live my life right now. Why can't I have God right here, right now? I can. All I have to do is acknowledge his presence instead of my presence. Practice his presence instead of my presence. That's all I need to do, is ask God to help me. And that's all. No more than that. And the help is given to me right then and there. By a power about what I'm talking about God.
Last question. Explain the Dr. T-Bolt papers, the ego factors.
You know, for those that don't know this here, geez, I wish I brought that. I hope I got that one set with me. Have I got that one set in the black case? oh no, you know what? Whatchgold gave me 3 of them that I'm going to give 3 away, or leave 3 here, of the Tebow papers. They're in the suitcase or something like that, you know. And Peter, the literature guy that puts it all together, and that he's the one that gave them to me. The reason why on Dr. Tebow, I don't know if any of you know who he is or about him, history about him or anything like that, but I think you should know about him, history-wise, because Dr. Tebow was a psychiatrist that came in the AA, and he came in with teachings from Freud and Ratto and the rest of them, and the teachings he had to throw away. He's a psychiatrist now. He's not an alcoholic, you know. He's a licensed psychiatrist. He had to throw away all of his teachings because of 2 alcoholics that he had in his life that he was working with, and that was way back in '39. And so Dr. Tebow is where I learned myself in 19, I can tell you what year I learned it. I learned about the Sermon on the Mount in '54 from a little gal, alcoholic. I learned about Jesus Christ. Now, I'm not talking about that, but I learned about that in a Sermon on the Mount from her. Then in 1957, I learned about ego. And I learned that AA Comes of Age was printed in 1957. And I bought the first book in the Valley. And in the back, it talks in there, and Doctor talks in there, Tebow talks in there about ego factors. I didn't know nothing about ego. I didn't know nothing about me at all. So I had no knowledge, and that's why I tell you guys in the beginning that I had to learn about alcoholism, ego, and self. ABC of me. Not ABCs in the book, but ABCs of alcoholism, ego, and self. That's the only thing that saved my life, because I didn't know what was wrong with me, and I couldn't stop what was wrong with me by going to meetings and trying to do what it says here to do. I couldn't do it until that came along. That was in 1957. That's why I say, the way I look at it, I count from say approximately 59, maybe 60, the last years. I've had at least 30 years, with this disease being treated. I've had 30 years with God. I've had 30 years that I couldn't have had at all if it hadn't have been for Dr. Tebow and it hadn't have been for this Sermon on the Mount and Alcoholics Anonymous AA. I couldn't have had it, but I did. So Dr. Tebow talks about ego, and ego is a factor that I believe has to be considered. For those of you that don't know about ego, don't know about Dr. Tebow, try to get the papers. There's papers out on them, there's 4 of them. Hazelden puts them out. The ones I talked about, I have with it. I'll give to somebody that maybe could use it. And it's another thing too. You can call Hazelden and order them. You know, just order the Tebow papers. There's 4 sets, 4 of them. I don't know what they cost, $5.95 or something like that. What do they cost? $5, $6, something like that. If you don't have them, try and get them. See what it does for you. For me, it saved my life.
Do you know how to spell his name?
Dr. Tebow is T-I-E-B-O-U-T. Dr. Tebow. Yeah, it's here in the book. Let's see. Right here. It's in here. When he died, in 1966, he died. He's in here. You can look at it. It's time to do something, eat, whatever. Okay? Okay, so we'll break for something to eat. All right. Make sure you hit the wheel's turning, numbers are going. Yeah, we're back from lunch, and we've been on step 6. You know, and let's more or less wind up on 6 from what it says, and I think it's very important in the 12 by 12 on step 6. And the reason I say 12 by 12 all the time is because for me, a long time ago, is that there was no steps in the big book in application of step 1, 2, and also 7 was no more than a prayer. And so I learned to do application of a change of character, building a character in the day I'm in from the 12 by 12. But I also believe in a big book, and I also read the big book, and I read the first 164 pages, and I also read Dr. Bob's story. I had a sponsor that taught me to stay out of the back of the book, and so I never did read personal stories in the back of the book. So that tells you who I am anyway. See? So in step 6, there's some certain things about step 6 that should be talked about. I said something last night about it, and so we're coming up to 6 and 7. And in 6, on page 64, it talks in here how each one of us, now as alcoholics, now this applies, where I want God to take away the alcohol from me, and God has proceeded to do exactly that. So you could change that into anything else that you want to put it in. And then it also says that having been granted a perfect release from my alcoholism, why then couldn't I, by the same means, be granted a perfect release from any other difficulty or defect I could possibly have? That's the riddle of my existence. Perhaps the full answer lies only in the mind of God. Well, you see what that's telling me? It's telling me I want God to take away my alcohol and my troubles that come from alcohol, but the rest of my life I'll handle myself. See, that's what it essentially says. It really does that. And then also, if you remember back in step 3, and 3 is where I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God. And what it says here on page 37, and this is in step 3, it says here, this page here talks about how dependency is, and about, you ask any man in the iron lung about his dependency on 110 or the wall socket to keep his lungs going, to keep his life going. But then it talks in here, it says on, this is 37 in 12 by 12, it says, but the moment our mental or emotional independence is in question, how differently we behave, how persistently we claim the right to decide all by ourselves what we shall think and how we shall act. Oh yes, we'll weigh the pros and cons of every problem. We'll listen politely to those who advise us, but all the decisions are going to be ours and ours alone. Nobody's going to meddle with our personal independence in such matters. Besides, we think there's no one we can surely trust. We are certain that our intelligence, backed by willpower, can rightly control our inner lives and guarantee us success in the world we live in. This brave philosophy, wherein each man plays God, sounds good in the speaking, but still it has to meet the acid test. How well does it actually work? One good look in the mirror ought to be enough answer for any alcoholic. Then in step 6, in step 6, where it said in 64 that having been granted a perfect release from my alcoholism, why then couldn't I by the same means be granted a perfect release from any other difficulty or defect of character? Now you see, I'm reading a lot of words and I'm saying words, but what I am saying to you is a method of living today, this day, that this here, what I'm saying, can be used for my life by living it. That means living it, applying it, using it. So the day I'm in, it says that I've been granted a perfect release from my alcoholism. Why then couldn't I be granted a perfect release from any other difficulty or defect I could possibly have? That's the riddle of my existence. Now what they mean, the riddle of my existence is I won't go to God with anything I have except my drunkenness or except my using or whatever it is that you're talking about, see? But I will want God in my life to keep me out of bars and to keep me away from the bottle. See, the riddle of my existence is, why don't I ask him to take care of any other difficulty or defect I could possibly have? That's the riddle. Now remember we were talking down in step 2, and it says what it says in step 2, I had to have an open mind. And I had to quit arguing which come first, the chicken or the egg. And it also says I have to believe in a power greater than me who can restore me to sanity. And 6 says that I'm going to turn my will and my life over to the care of God as I understood him. And they're talking, see, about building a character all along here now. And in step 6, is when they're saying that this God, which is for a lifetime practice, can be in my life today for every or any reason that's needed. Whether you call it a defect or difficulty, it doesn't make any difference. It means that I must have a power with me greater than me so that I can have something today that I couldn't have or I can't have by myself. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because of what it says in page 64. And it talks in there about granted a perfect release from my alcoholism. Why couldn't I be granted a perfect release from any other difficulty or defect of character? Now we're going into step 7. And in step 7, and like I said, step 1 to 6 is always about the disease of alcoholism. It's always about alcohol. It's always about what I need to do, where it's at, why it's at there, and what it does to me when it's there. And this is all about steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we're coming to 7. And 7 says, humbly ask him, or humbly ask God, to remove my shortcomings. Humbly ask God to remove my shortcomings. I've got mixed up there a little bit because I thought it says something there that it doesn't say. But I thought it said that. Maybe you might think that. I don't know. Maybe you don't. But I thought it said there's something wrong with me, so that God has to take it away from me. That's what I thought it said. The wording to me implies that. And actually, truthfully, it does not. What it says is humbly ask God to remove my shortcomings, but I don't know what my shortcomings are. See, that's what I didn't know. See, because I was told years ago, and I'm going back a lot of years, I was told that defects of character and shortcomings were the same thing. Maybe you've been told that, I don't know. But I can tell you they're not. The reason I can tell you they're not is because I had to find this out by application. Defects of character, I didn't know what they were, and shortcomings I didn't know what they were because I thought they were the same thing. There was an alcoholic came along, put in my life, and he told me this. He said, hear me out. There's something missing in your life. There's something worthwhile for you to hear. Listen to me. He says, listen to what I have to say. He said that defects of character were things that I did that I should not do. Shortcomings were things I should do that I don't do. I have to hear this now because them are words. They'll go right in one ear and out the other. If you're like me, they will, because that's what I did. They don't mean that at all. Shortcomings are things that I lack. Shortcomings are things I fall short of. Shortcomings are things that I should do that I'm not doing. Now, I found out in step 4, when I made a searching and fearless moral inventory, a moral inventory was about my life, the way my mind thinks and acts in a day I'm in. It's about moral, meaning right from wrong. That comes from the dictionary. It comes from knowledge that I looked for all the time to know why the word moral is in that step. And I found out. And now here I am, I'm in step 7. And I'm in shortcomings. And there's a man, an alcoholic, talking to me, and he's telling me something. He said, hear me out. He said, see if this here wouldn't add something to your life, see if it wouldn't do something for you. And if it does, you'd be a fool to get rid of it. So I listened to him. And what he said to me, he said first, the very first thing he said, if there's a toothpick laying on the floor in your own home especially, pick it up. And I asked him, well, why should I pick a toothpick up? What's that got to do with anything? And he said, well, if you don't pick it up, somebody else is going to have to. And that, no point of argument there, you know. So I let that go by. And then he said, there's other things about this, though, that you're going to have to know. He said, shortcomings were the things that you should do, that you don't do. And I said, well, what are they? How do you find them? And so forth. And he told me. He said, these are going to be things that you recognize, you identify, you see them, you're aware of them, but you'll walk right past them, or you won't even consider them. I said, okay, what are they? He said, how about holding the door open for somebody? I said, what's that got to do with anything? See? He said, Well, can't you hold the door open for somebody to make it a little bit easier or better for them to come through the door? Would you let the door slam in their face? You know, and things like that. He said, if you did, that's a shortcoming. You're falling short of doing something you should do and you're not doing it. He said, there's more to this now. And there was more to it. As I was going along now, learning about this step 7, I was in Colorado over here, Denver over here, in Lakewood. And it would be close to quitting time, which was 10 o'clock for the meeting. And it would be snowing outside. And I lived in Lakewood up on a hill. And we're down near L.A., Denver. And my wife would call me up. And she'd say, would you bring home some milk? I forgot to get the milk today. And I got 2 daughters. So I said, well, I hung up. I didn't say anything to her, but I thought a lot of things. And what I thought, well, you've been home all damn day. How come you didn't go to the store? You know, why do I have to go to the store after I worked all day, went to a meeting, I'm at a meeting, it's snowing like heck outside, and now you want me to bring milk home? See? Well, I stopped and I bought the milk. And I brought it home, and so when I didn't break it, set it down, you know, set it down so hard, see. I did something under protest. I did something I didn't want to do. This is a shortcoming. I'm falling short of a performance that I should give, that I'm not giving. There was no reason under the sun why I shouldn't stop at that store and buy that milk. No reason. But I made a reason. I used an excuse that it's late, I worked hard, I'm out all day, it's a lot of trouble and so forth. I'm talking to myself, I'm telling myself a lot of things. And by the time I got home, I'm all upset. She asked me to do something, and I don't think she should have done that. That's step 7. That's shortcomings. Now, shortcomings, you start like I had to start. I had to start looking because I'm noticing things now that I never noticed before, and I'm conscious or aware of something that's there that I can do something about. And it's like holding the door open again, see? It's like holding the door open, wait until the person gets there and then let him in. Instead of pretending you didn't see him, let the door slam in their face. That's a trick. I used to think myself even, especially down at the hospital, and I used to be down in the hospital all the time. But this goes into more areas than you can imagine. This is what I'm talking about. This shortcoming. It's just the same thing as you seeing something on the floor right here, right now, whatever it is. Maybe it's a can, and a cup, or maybe after the meeting. And you notice it there and you stop and pick it up and put it in the trash. That's the shortcoming being fulfilled. Whether you know it or not, I don't know. But what is happening, the character inside is becoming a better character. Because I'm doing a performance, and the performance I'm doing is helping me, in my mind, be important or being somebody that I'm contributing to life today instead of taking from there. This is where I found out in step 7 the difference between step 7 and 4. 4 is taking. I'm a taker. 7's a giver. I'm giving. And it states this, now I read it to you even, where I'm going to start to give to man and God. There's a lot of good words in this book about this. Now this here is up to each one of us. Now I had to look at this now like myself, is that I started noticing things. I started noticing things in the day I was in, no matter where I was, that I never seen before. It could be in a street out there, it could be in a building, it could be anywhere. First thing you know, I see maybe a piece of paper. I see maybe an empty pop can. I see something just like that cup and cap on the floor there, you know. I'm conscious of it. As I walk by, I'm going to pick that thing up and put it in the trash. You see, there's something going on here in character building that I need for my life so that the world I live in now is not the same world. It's not a taking world. See, before in step 4, with defects of character, I'm a taker. You show me any alcoholic, I don't care who he is or she is. You show me anyone that has the disease of the ism in them, I don't care what they use, I'll show you a taker. I'll show you somebody that'll take. Somebody that'll use and abuse friendship. Take things from people and expect it from them even. Step 7 says to me, listen, we're going to be different today. Now this is in print now, I'll read it to you even. That this means exactly, this step here is written on humility and humbleness, step 7. This is what this is about, humility and humbleness. Humility and humbleness is something I never knew nothing about. I didn't know. I was always looking, and I was always blowing my own horn. I was always looking for you to pat me on the back for being such a good guy. Always doing that. Always telling you how great I am because I just got through doing something that was great. Pat me on the back for it. Recognize me. Tell me how good I am. That's why I do it. You see, I don't know this, though. See, I don't recognize this or know this in character building. In step 7 is where it's noted and it's stated that character building and spiritual values had to come first. That material satisfactions wasn't the final end and aim of life. I had no idea what they were talking about. But I was then getting something that I hadn't had before. I was getting a good feeling inside of me, about me. I was at work, doing things at work, not even getting paid for it. And I did it anyway, because I wanted to do it. It felt good to do it. I knew it was something I should do because I noticed it. I became aware of it, see. This was when I owned garages and charged you money for your car to fix your car. Sometimes I wouldn't even charge you. I didn't do that for you, I'll tell you that. I didn't tell you about it either. But I knew inside of me exactly what went on, and I felt good about this. I felt good about the world I was living in. I felt good about my life as I lived my life in the day I was in. Because the character that I am is somebody now different than I ever been before. This is real important, step 7. Step 7 is all about shortcomings, falling short of the mark, not being able to accept people, any people, wearing one face for you, one for you, one for you, and one for you, one for anybody. I just don't have to be a phony no more. I can be honest. I can do things now because the other 6 steps, building a character, allows me to be somebody in today's performance. From 7 to 12 is where alcoholism is going to be treated. Alcoholism is going to be treated, 7 to 12. In a life that I'm going to live, I'm here for me again, remember. I'm not talking about you. This is important. I want everything in my life today that God wants me to have. Because this is the world that God says I want you in. But you must perform. That's written in paper, and that also is in this book right here. And it's in step 6. It says here, if we ask, God will certainly forgive our derelictions, but in no case does he render us white as snow and keep us that way without our cooperation. That is something we are supposed to be willing to work towards ourselves. He asks only that we try the best we know how to make progress in the building of the character. The character again. Always about the character. Character is a word I didn't know. I had no idea, no conception of a character. Now, I don't know about any of you, and I don't know if this is important or not. I don't, like with myself, a lot of times, this is talking before, a long time ago. I didn't care what the next person thought of me, whether I was in an AA meeting, walking down the street, driving a car, anything. I don't care what you think of me. It's none of, I just don't care, period. Whatever you think, I don't care. Yes, I do today. I do care. I have to care. Because there's a role I must play. And the role I must play today is for my life today with you. There's no way I can go farther than today that I'm in right now. Right now is now. There's no progress spiritually I can make right now, unless I am with the power greater than me and the principles that produce by the step application. There's no way. The character building stops immediately. The way of life that's promised each one of us is more than coming here and sitting here and staying sober for whatever reason, for whatever it is. If that's all it is just staying sober, what kind of life would that be? What kind of world would I live in? What kind of people would I see? You see, there's more to this. This is why in step application, character building has to be first. The spiritual values and character building had to be first, had to always be there. That's in what it is here in step 7. It talks in here, and it starts right out in step 7 about humility, because I had no idea what humility is. I had no idea. I was always going around telling everybody how great I was, what I was doing, how I was putting people in a hotel, paying his bill, doing this, doing that, things like that. It talks in here in step 7, humbly ask God to remove my shortcomings. Since this step so specifically concerned itself with humility, I should pause here to consider what humility is and what the practice of it can mean to me. Indeed, the attainment of greater humility is the foundation principle of each of AA's 12 steps. For without some degree of humility, no alcoholic can stay sober at all. And nearly all AAs have found too, unless they develop much more of this precious quality than may be required for just sobriety, they still haven't much chance of becoming truly happy. Without it, they cannot live to much useful purpose, or in adversity be able to summon a faith that can meet any emergency. This might not sound important to any of you. This might not sound like it's a very big thing, but believe me, this is all about living today for the other person. This is about unconditional love today. Unconditional love today for your fellow man. To accept anybody today, anybody, I don't care who they are, for who they are. To do that means that I'll take you for who you are. Whatever you say, whatever you do, whatever goes on, I won't want you to be different. You don't have to please me. You don't have to do things different now so that I'll accept you. You don't have to. It's not needed. You don't have to, because the humility and humbleness that's in me allows me to let you be you and accept you for that reason. Never could do that before. I never could do that. That was a thing that was never in my life. And I had been in AA for a long time, and I still couldn't do it. There were so many reasons that I could say. Take a look around you, yourself, today. I said it last night. Can you find fault with anybody in this room? Any one of you? I used to sit there and find fault with every one of you. I wouldn't tell you that, though. You didn't know that, but I sure thought that. And by thinking it made me the man that was thinking that, and I was already that man because I think that way. So I have that result all the time. I read in the Sermon on the Mount the same thing. When the soul's consent's given, the character is already there. I don't have to do the act. All I have to do is the thought. And I am that man. This is what they're saying right now in step 7. In step 7, there's so many things to say, and I'll just say the reason why on step 7, to me step 7 is a big, boy, it's a big book, about that big, you know. And yet it's only a few pages, because there's so much to it. There's something here that really has to be shown and known to live in this world today and have a world that's God's world. It belongs to God. It talks in here, in this page here, I'll start off here on this page here. It says, this lack of anchorage, any permanent value, this blindness to the true purpose of my life produced another bad result. For just as long as I was convinced that I could live exclusively by my own individual strength and intelligence, for just that long was a working faith in a higher power impossible. This was true even when I believed that God existed. I could actually have earnest religious beliefs which remained barren, because I was still trying to play God myself. As long as I placed self-reliance first, a genuine reliance upon a higher power was out of the question. The basic ingredient of all humility, a desire to seek and do God's will, was missing. See, there's so many things that are going to be said here now in this step that apply to me today as I live my life today so that I can do this today. To seek and do God's will. What is seek and do God's will? This is where I was in steps before. When I went into step 2, when I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to care of God as I understood Him, and then it said that I'm going to make a decision to turn this will and this life over to care of God as I understood Him, as the power that's greater than me, so the argument or the mind that talks to me, everything about me, in principle, living as I live this life, I will do these things, and by doing them, I will have them. And the reason I have them is because of the fact that there's a power greater than me that can do what I can't do. And it's talking in here, right now, to seek and do God's will was missing. Well, it was missing. It was missing because I wouldn't let God in my life to do for me what I couldn't do for myself. I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know that God's needed right here today. Do you know that? I know that. I don't know if you do. I need God right here, right this minute. Because if He isn't here, I am here. And if it's anything at all, if I need power to think the correct way, to act the correct way, to look at you and not judge you, you think I can do that by myself? I can't. I have to go to self. When I go to self, I do the same thing. I do the disease. The disease is a living disease. It's called ism, and it's alcoholism. It's a way of life. It's a thinking process. It never changes. It will never change until the day I die. Then it'll change. Or when God says, here's the way we'll change it. We'll think this way and act this way by a performance this day, and now that's going to be something that you can't do by yourself. You meaning me. So here we are. We're in step 7. And what it says here, it says, it talks now, there is another page, and this is important, I believe, to point out or notice. It says, but when we have taken a square look at some of these defects, what step would that be to any of you? Can any of you answer that step? That'd be 4, wouldn't it? Okay. Have discussed them with another. That'd be 5. And have become willing to have them removed. 6. Our thinking about humility commences to have a wider meaning. By this time, in all probability, we have gained some measure of release from our more devastating handicaps. We enjoy moments which there is something like real peace of mind. To those of us, or to me, who have hitherto known only excitement, depression, or anxiety, in other words, to all of us, this newfound peace is a priceless gift. Something new, indeed, had been added where humility had formerly stood for a force feeding on humble pie, and now begins to mean the nourishing ingredient which can give me serenity. Something I need, something I have to have. This is step 7. Now, step 7, I had to go many places myself, besides holding a door open, see. I had to go where people hit you on the street. I don't know how bad it is in Salt Lake City here or anything like that, but I can tell you what it's like in L.A. You can't turn a corner, or you can't even come down off a ramp without somebody down there with their hand out, see, you know. Well, shortcomings are, if I got a buck in my pocket, why can't I give that buck away? My Heavenly Father takes care of me. He gives me a job. He gives me clean clothes. He gives me a brand new car even. And He does many things for me. And then here's some person that I think should go to work because they look like they're big enough and strong enough and well enough even. Instead of standing there and hand out, why don't they go to work? Why couldn't I give $1 and feel better about giving $1? And as I drive away, I do. I feel better. I feel closer to God. That's what happens. One time there used to be, this was up in San Fernando, And there was a gal up there that used to hit me at a gas station down the street. And she'd hit me there, and I'd give her whatever I gave her. And so then here I drive up, and I drive way up to the next corner, which was a big market there. I went in there, and it was raining. I get out of the car to go into a chicken place. And as I got out of the car to get in, here comes this same gal going to hit me again. See? Same gal. And it's raining outside. And I looked at her, and I gave her something else. But you know what I said to her? I said something to her I'll never forget, see? And I asked her, I said, did you ever work in your life? And she looked me in the eye, and she says, I used to. She said, I used to babysit. She said, but somehow or another, people don't trust me no more. And so I can't work that way no more. I can't babysit. I felt about that big. Here I was asking somebody something that had a problem. She had a problem. She had a mental problem. And here I am questioning that, just for a lousy buck probably, and thinking that she shouldn't be out there asking for help. How does that make you feel? See? I kicked myself behind in all night long, just because my big mouth wouldn't shut up, see? And give her the money and keep going, because what is it? How much can you give her in the first place? $1? 50 cents? Maybe $2? What is it? Some great amount? So you see, there is a great learning process in the character that I represent to God, not to you. You wouldn't know this unless I told you this. But the important part about this is my relationship to my Father, my Heavenly Father, that I can act and be who He wants me to be, because He just got through showing me what to do, and I didn't do it. But I did do it, but I did it under protest. I complained, and I shouldn't have. You see, this is about building a character here in Alcoholics Anonymous. Maybe some of you guys don't want to hear this. Maybe you think this isn't important. Maybe these are words that bother you. Maybe they do. They don't bother me, because it's a way of life. It's a way of life I wanted all my life and never knew how to get, and I jumped in the bottle and pulled a cork in after me, thinking it was in there. And it's not. It's in this here world right now, right here, right there, in this room here, right now. Why can't I have it? And it's no more than what they're telling me to do here, because each one of these pages, in what I'm reading to you, these are all real happenings. These are telling me how to do things in a day I'm in with success. Success that God wants me to have, not that I want to have, because I don't even know the results of this until I do it. But when I do it, I like and I want more of it. I go places where I never could go before. So you see, it talks here, and this is step 7. It says, then in AA, we looked and listened everywhere. We saw failure and misery transformed by humility into priceless assets. We heard story after story how humility had brought strength out of weakness. In every case, pain had been the price of the admission of the new life, but this admission price had purchased much more than I expected. It brought a measure of humility, which I soon discovered to be a healer of pain. And I began to fear pain less and desire humility more than ever. That's the way it is today. That's exactly the way it is, the way my life goes today. I don't walk around mean. I don't walk around from yesterday's memories. I don't walk around looking at people, any kind of people, thinking they're no good, thinking they're doing wrong, judging them because they just got through judging me. They just got through badmouth and character assassinating me, personally me. I don't need to hate them. I don't need to be like them. My Heavenly Father says, I'll take care of you. No harm will come to you. Stay with me. Let them go their direction if they want to go that direction. This is about this step here. This is about living this life here. And I'm telling you about me. And I'm telling you about today. I'm not telling you about something 40 years ago. I'm talking to you about today's life, this day, today, now. I want to live this way now. I need this program recovery. I need your relationship. I need everything you need, because I have to live today too. I can't draw this from no source of 40 years ago or whatever years ago it was. I can't do that. If I don't live it today, I can't have it today. And that's why this here becomes very difficult to hear. It's a hidden message. This is very hidden what I'm talking about. And it gets hidden by being boring, like right now, if you're bored right now. If you're thinking thoughts that take you somewhere else, and now you want to go somewhere else, that's okay. That's your life. I'm not throwing my life away anymore. I'm not using up energy no more that I don't have to use up. I can be somebody in the day I'm in, and that somebody is who I want to be, because it's a good life and a good world to be in that world. And you know, like last night, I don't know, but if I said it just to you last night or not, I think I did. It talks in here, during this process of learning more about humility, the most profound result of all was a change in my attitude toward God, and this was true whether I had been a believer or an unbeliever. I began to get over the idea that the higher power was sort of a bush league pitch hitter to be called upon only in emergency. The notion that I would still live my own life, God helping a little now and then, began to evaporate. Many of us who had thought ourselves religious woke to the limitations of this attitude. Of refusing to place God first, I had deprived myself of his help. But now the words of myself, I am nothing, the Father doeth the works, began to carry a bright promise and new meaning. Well, you see, I have to know that by experience. And I have to do this myself by experience. I have to go out in this world today, this day, what's left ever of this day when I go out there. And I have to remember that my Heavenly Father's watching over me. He's protecting me. He's guiding me. There's no harm going to come to me. No temptation is going to take me away from him. This is going to give me the world that he wants to give me from actual step application. And that's why step 7 is so important. Step 7, about shortcomings. Try to keep in mind if you can. Try to remember if you can. When you drive down the street, when you go in a market, when you go in your own home, wherever you go, try to remember the difference between shortcomings and defects of character. Try to remember that maybe you could help somebody else, and by helping them, you become better. You become closer to God. God watches over to you carefully. Try to remember and see if that's true. See if it happens that way. I'll guarantee it does. I'll tell you it does. But it's up to you. If that's not important to you, forget it. Why pay attention to it? It's just like anything else here. Now, you know, in step 7, when it ended step 7 and down, and it said the same things I read. Remember I read last night about having been granted a perfect release. Why couldn't I then be granted a perfect release from any other difficulty or defect? And then it says down here at the same thing now, the whole emphasis on step 7 is on humility. Now, humility is a word I have to learn. Humility is something that I learned for myself a long time ago, that humility is always giving credit to God, never once ever taking a pat on the back, never once ever seeing me as somebody special, doing something special, or anything else like that. Humility has got to be looked at by me for my life. So whatever happens, whatever goes down, God gets credit. I don't. Doesn't make any difference. You pat me in the back and I'll thank God. This is important. Humility is needed to know, for me, needed to know exactly when you walk out this doorway out here. Let's forget this room. Walk out that doorway out there. Start being somebody out there for the world that's out there. See how you feel inside. See what it does to you. See how you feel when you go to bed tonight. When you start thinking about your day, or about the way you looked at persons or people, or the way you treated them. See how much of a role humility played in your life today. See how much. Recognize it. Identify it. It's your life. It's not mine. I had to do it for me because it was me. I wanted everything they said here and more, because I knew there was more there all the time, because this is spiritual progress. This is living today, not for tomorrow, but live today so that I can live today to its fullest. What its fullest is, I have never known, but God knows. And I have to be with God to find that out. So this here is important to read, I think, or to know, is what I'm going to say, because it said, I just said it in step 6, having been granted a perfect release from my most devastating weakness and all of its. Here, it's talking here. It is really saying to us now that we ought to be willing to try humility and seeking the removal of our other shortcomings, just as we did when we admitted we were powerless over alcohol and came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. That's step 2. If that degree of humility could enable us to find the grace by which such a deadly obsession could be banished, then there must be hope of having the same result respecting any other problem we could possibly have. Now, to me, you know, that's beautiful. That really is. That's really something to talk about. It's something to know. It's something to realize that step 7 is like the rest of the steps. It never ends. They never end. They never quit. They're a daily application. They're building a character today to live with today by using them today and being with them today. That's why it's called a program recovery, because it's not a program recovery for one special day or one special event or one special time. It's a character change. I can be the man God wants me to be today because I am that man today. I never could say that before. You see, I could do things. Many times I could do things, but I couldn't keep doing them. They weren't genuine. They weren't real. They weren't done because the character does that. I did it with strings attached. I did it for your favors. I did it for other reasons. Never once could I live in the life that God wants me to live in. Never once could I do that. Now I'm starting to do that. I'm starting to live it. I'm starting to have each day, every day, that this day is a beautiful day. And now it's starting now in step 8. In step 7, I think you can talk and keep talking forever. But it's really important to know that this here step 7, shortcomings, are things I should do, I don't do. Defects of character are things I do, I shouldn't do. If you keep that burnt into your mind, maybe there might come a time when you can be out in the world out there and you can see something, know something, and have something different just from that alone and nothing more. Just from knowing that there's something to do, do it. If you notice it should be done, do it. After you do it, see how you feel. See what happens to you. Step 8, when I made a list of all people I've harmed and became willing to make amends to them all, I believe these 2 steps, 8 and 9, go together. I don't think that they're too big, too deep, too long. Excuse me. I don't think that they're steps that you have to stay with so long because they're difficult, because of what they are. And what they are, thanks. You know, and what they are, they're part of character building. And it started, and it was, to me, it was a little easier because of the fact that step 4 was done. In step 4, when I made a searching and fearless moral inventory. And then I get to 8, where I made a list of all people I've harmed, became willing to make amends to them all. There's a connection there. There's something there already there. And it's about a way of life that I've lived. It's about a way of life that I have treated certain people certain ways. And I have to do something about this. The thing about step 8, I believe for me, at least for me it was, is that I could not and I did not know what they meant by making a list of all people I had harmed. As far as I was concerned, all I had to do was just know you. If I knew you, I harmed you. It didn't make any difference. And that was generally true, almost invariably. Just, it was there. It was that way. It happened that way. And I rode motorcycles, like I told you. And I used to go out with these guys, different guys. They'd go with me, and they would go with me one time. We would go out for one evening, whole evening, gone, come home early in the morning. They would say, listen, that's the last time I'll ever ride with you again. They wouldn't go with me no more. That was the end of it, see. Because where we wound up, what we did and what happened, they said that's enough. I never knew what they meant as far as the application steps. And in this step here, made a list of all people I've harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. I have no idea. The reason I didn't have any idea, I didn't know what it meant when they said this. They said, it says, we might ask ourselves what we mean when we say that we have harmed other people. What kind of harms do one people do another? To define the word harm in a practical way, we might call it the results of instinct and collision, which cause physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual damage to people. If tempers are consistently bad, we arouse anger in others. If we lie or cheat, we deprive not only of their worldly goods, but of their emotional security and peace of mind. We really issue them an invitation to be contemptuous and vengeful. If our sex conduct is selfish, we may excite jealousy, misery, and strong desire to retaliate in kind. Such gross misbehaviors is by no means a full catalog of harms we do. These were things I didn't know nothing about. I know a great deal about what I read. I know a great deal about it. But it says this, let us think of some of the subtler ones which sometimes be quite as damaging. Suppose that in our family lives we happen to be miserly, irresponsible, callous, and cold. Suppose that we are irritable, critical, impatient, and humorless. Suppose we lavish attention upon one member of the family and neglect the others. What happens when we try to dominate the whole family, either by rule of iron or by constant outpouring of minute directions, just how their life should be lived from hour to hour? What happens when we wallow in depression, self-pity oozing for every pore, and inflict upon those about us such a roster of harms done others, the kind that make daily living with us practicing alcoholics difficult and often unbearable, could be extended almost indefinitely. When we take such personality traits as these in a shop, office, and society of our fellows, they can do damage almost as extensive as that which we have caused at home. There's so many things that they talked about here in damage other people. I have no idea. I had no idea that I live like this, I do this, I act like this. I know what it's like to damage. I go in bars and get in arguments, fights, and I get in motorcycle trouble and accidents and stuff like that. I got a wife that maybe winds up with a black eye and stuff like that. I know what kind of harms are. I really do. I know what it's like to be broke, steal money, and everything else. I know a great many things. But I have no idea what they're talking about in step 8. I have no idea about harming other people by slighting them, by not saying hello to them, by not recognizing them, by not shaking their hand. I have no idea when they were mentioning in here the kind of harms people do one another. I have no idea about how to treat somebody else the way they should be treated. When they were talking here and talking about, suppose that we're irritable, critical, impatient, and humorless. Boy, that was me all the time. I'd come home from work, boy, and I better had a good day today. If I didn't, I really tore that house apart. Everybody in it or anything in it was really in trouble because I didn't know how to live. I didn't know how to think. I didn't know how to act. I don't know the difference in a way of life, a living day of life. This is a long day today. Believe me, it's a long day. But believe me this, when I found out that I'm in a world, I don't know how to live in this world. I don't know how to act in my own home. I don't know how to treat people. Friends, real friends, friends that are friends. I don't know none of these things. What's the use? Why go to meetings? I go to a lot of meetings. Not enough? I read. Man, I wear books out. Ain't that enough? You bet it isn't enough. I didn't know how to live. I don't know how to think. I don't know how to act. I think I'm a tough guy. I used to be when I was younger. I used to do a lot of things when I was younger. I thought that that was sufficient. That was okay. Man, I know a great many things. You want to know any more? Ask me. I'll tell you more. This is a way of life. How many of us, tell me truthfully, how many of us know anything at all about an application that I'm doing here or reading here that's coming from print, so it's already printed, been printed many years ago, many years ago. And yet, though, to come to meetings, these meetings, any meetings, and sit there, and then go home with the same person you brought here, don't make sense. I said to myself so many times, what's the matter with me? What's wrong with me? Why can't I do these things? Why can't I be the man God wants me to be? I know what it's like to pick on somebody. I know what it's like when I go in my house and I start raising heck over something I don't even remember what it was about. I know what that's like. What's that got to do with anything? It's got a lot to do with everything. It's got a lot to do with my life. And I'm sober. I have got a thing in me of no nothing. No mind affecting drug in me. No booze, no anything. You name it, I haven't got it in me. What makes me do that? Why can't I learn to do it differently? Why can't I follow directions? This is a textbook. This is a textbook. It tells you how to do things, how to act. This is just like a repair book and some of the manuals I have from the garage. Got stacks of them. They tell you how to take a transmission apart and put it together. It's a textbook. Just tells you how to put your life together and put it back together. It's a textbook. And yet, though, I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know about it. I think that just the knowledge alone of sitting at meetings like this is plenty. That's asking too much of me, really. My life's important to me. I got things to do, man. I don't have to sit here all day listening to this stuff. Yes, I do. If I want to live in this world, I better. If I want to have happiness, I better. If I want to have a gal and keep that gal, I better. I better have everything that 12 steps are going to teach me to have. They're already here. They're already there. Step 7 into step 8 allowed me to have something I never had before. Humility and humbleness was something I didn't know what it was. I couldn't admit I was wrong. I couldn't show you, tell you, it's me. It's not you. There's nothing wrong with you. It's me. I've got a mind that goes nuts. I got a mind that says things, thinks things, and does things. There's nothing wrong with you. How do you do that? I couldn't do it. Step 7 told me I can do it. 8 says, let's see what you have to do. I made the list of people I've harmed. My list wasn't too big. It wasn't too hard to see the things and the harms I did because of the fact that I was with people that I know, my family. I harmed my dad. I hurt him one time. I harmed my sister, my brother. I did many things, but I went to each one of them and I told them exactly what was wrong with me. I had something wrong with me and I'm trying to straighten it out. I'm trying to have a life now where this life is going to be a good life. It's going to be a life just consistent, constant, always going, because it's always going the same direction. That's what they call a path in this book here. I'm right now, at this moment, going backwards for many, many years. I want everything there is to have. I've got an open mind. I'm willing. I'm accepting everything. I'm looking and knowing that this day today, all of you people here, every one of you, you're not here just because you're here. You're here for a reason. I'm here for a reason. I don't take you for granted. I don't take none of you for granted. The reason why is because I used to live like that. I used to live by luck. I used to call everything luck. I was lucky. You know, that's God's nickname. I didn't know it. I was lucky. Everything was lucky. Here there is a way of life. The directions are here. The way of life is here. The power to make it happen is here. The method, the steps, the application is here. This is all about the reason. Why to come here? Why to stay here? You see, my life got better. And as it got better only because of the grace of God and the application of steps. I was living in a world daily that I never lived in before. I was trusting a power greater than me for everything I did, anything. I was always calling upon God for guidance, help, strength. Always praising Him for being with me. Always there. Instead, before, I used to have a relationship with me. When it come time with people, there's people all around me now. I had to make amends to these people. I had to make a list of them. And the list I made came mostly out of 4. Mostly they were people that I could go to. You see, this here is the next step. There's a couple of words in there that change the whole picture of things, see? Right now, I made a list of all persons I've harmed, became willing to make amends with them all. What happened? I had 2.5 years in Alcoholics Anonymous. I was sober all the time, never once ever drunk, never drinking. 2.5 years, I heard a man speak about a God of his, and I started going farther into that, in the application at work and so on. That was 2.5 years. On May 27, 1953, 3.5 years in Alcoholics Anonymous. My wife gets sick on a Thursday and dies on a Sunday morning. 3 days. The 4th day she's dead. Died of pneumonia in a hospital. She died when I was on the way to the hospital. I walked in the room, she just died. And the reason I tell you that is because I never made amends. I made a list, sure I did. I went back to Cleveland, Ohio and made amends to my father. I lived in Canoga Park, California, and never made amends to my wife. Never once. Never once. The reason I'm telling you that, because maybe today, this day, to you, any of you, maybe there's somebody special in your life. Why don't you give them the flowers today? Don't wait till they're out in the ground somewhere with a stone there, their name on it, and put the flowers there. That's what I have to do. That's what I did. The reason I'm telling you that, because of the fact that this program of recovery is a program of recovery. It's covering everything there is to do in my life, period. We're in an area right now. Step 8 and 9, made a list of all persons I've harmed. I never did that to my wife, and she died before I could do it. How you like them apples? Isn't that something? Here I was given an opportunity to do God's will, and I said, no, being sober is good enough. That's okay. I went for 2 years, and that 2 years I lived in living hell. The living hell I lived in was my mind, because I didn't do something I should have done. It was important to do that, and I didn't do it. This is something for some of you, I don't know. I know that today, I'll thank you today for today, because I live in today, and you're with me today, and the thanks are today. See? So you see, I made a list of all these people except her. I made amends to them all. And then in step 9, when it says, I made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when I do so and injure them or others, there's a wording in there that I didn't see for a long time. And it says in there, I made direct amends to such people wherever possible. Wherever possible means that right now, from this moment on, where I'm at, right from now. If it's possible, I'll make amends. As nobody else's expense but my own. I will do something now. This is a process for character change. This is allowing me to shut the door or open the door in the past. I want the door in the past open. I don't want it shut. I want you to completely know me, whoever I am, whether you know me or not. I want to have that principle in my life. I want to make direct amends with such people wherever possible. Wherever possible means if you're there, I'll make the amends. I'll make the amends. I'm entirely ready all the time to have God with me right now. These are principles that guide me and direct me along. That's why I think 8 and 9 is not hard to do. I don't think it is. And once it's explained, at least to me anyway, my reasoning or my thinking, once it was shown to me exactly what it is I'm doing and why I'm doing it, I could do it. And I can do it now. If there's somebody left out along the line, they will appear. I'm ready right now, wherever possible. See? So I think that this here, 8 and 9, go together. I think they're important to talk about. How much of this now we want to go into deeper? We can, you know. And so for 7, 8, and 9. So let's write on some questions about this. There is, believe me, there is some real good questions to ask about this here, what we're talking about now.
Question. What are the words you have used to make your first amends?
You know, that is also a good question too, because to make amends sometimes is real difficult to make in words to someone. And I'll tell you exactly the way that I myself have learned to do it, and I started out this way, is that I had to tell somebody, anybody, we'll say the first one even, exactly what I'm up to, what happened to me, and what I'm up to. I had to tell them that I'm an alcoholic, that I wound up in an alcoholic hospital, that I did things drunk, that I didn't and couldn't stop doing. There was something the matter with me and I didn't know it. I did some harm along the line. And one of the harms I've done is whatever it is I'm naming to the person I'm talking to. And I'm telling them that this here harm that I've done, I'm willing to make up any kind of amends it takes to make up the difference for what I did. If it's money I stole, or if it's a job, or if it's a boss, which it was, a father, which it was, a brother, a sister, which it was, I was willing to do anything there, but first I have to tell them that I have to do this for me. I don't have to do it for you, and I'm not doing it for you. And my father was the one that said, no, you don't have to say another word. He said, you just keep going with those people you're going with, and that's good enough. He meant AA people, that's what he meant. He wouldn't even say the word. My father was an alcoholic. And I told him, no, that's not good enough. I said, just for you to say them words is easy. But the part that I have to do is not easy. And the part that I have to do is for my life so that I don't have to look backwards or remember things or wake up and see it again and again and again. And I told him exactly what happened that night. And what happened that night, I got drunk. And I was at a wedding, my sister's wedding. And my father called her a name. And I didn't like the name he called her. And I beat him up. And I beat him up bad. And then later on, so there was some time later on, I had to do something about that. When the time came, I did something about that. And that's when I went back. I flew back to Cleveland, Ohio, strictly for that reason only. And then I told him the seriousness of that. And the seriousness of me needing to do what I'm doing and saying what I'm saying. And then he accepted it. And he said he forgave me for it. This here was hard to do, but you see, I know myself that for any of us, all of us, without the explanation to somebody, whoever that somebody is, that you don't explain or don't talk about, the reason why that step is in there, they won't know. And they might not take your explanation either. Or they might not think they need it. And it might not set you free either. It might not, I don't know. But I do know, though, if you tell somebody the seriousness of why there's 12 steps there, and why the new character has to be there, and this is part of building of the new character, so that this new character now doesn't need to go backwards, or look somewhere, or remember something and feel hurt, feel bad, or lose another minute or another hour in the day you're in, reliving something that happened years ago. You don't need to. You can be set free from it. You can have that taken away from you, because there is a power that can do exactly that. And this power is God. And that's the reason why this step is there, and why it's in the position it's in. It's all the way up in the 9th position for a reason. So that the character building from step 1, going through now up to 12, will make a character that you are, the character you should be. So you don't have to build another life to straighten out again. So you don't have to build or do another life and have to get drunk or use over it. This is what this is about right now. This is very, very important.
Where do you draw the line on and accept when to do so would injure them or others? That's a good question.
You know, most of that question, or darn near all of it, is already answered in the book, in the big book. And the thing that I believe myself, knowing me for who I was a long time ago, now remember, I was 31 years old back then when I come here, is that to do this at somebody else's expense can't be done. It has to be put aside. Even if it means misery for you as the alky, it still has to be put aside. If it's going to hurt another person, if it's going to cause another person some harm, and generally, and most generally, and it talks about in the book, it talks about extramarital use, that you cannot do this at other person's harm, is to make their life hurtful, harmful, to bring up memories or to bring up information that would harm them or their relationship with someone. You can't do it. You can't do it at their expense. And that doesn't mean just that alone. That could mean other things also. So there's a lot to consider here because of the wording of what it says. Wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. I think that covers a lot of ground, especially when it says except them or others, because there is a lot that does go on in this world, in relationships, through alcohol, drugs, and you name it. I know that. And wherever possible is another thing too that has to be considered, because there's a lot of things where a lot of people do a lot of damage that move away, or are maybe some far place, who knows, that cannot be reached. I know there's a lot in my life. There's no way I could remember. They're probably not even alive right now. But if it would or could happen, I'm still entirely ready.
If we have lost someone to death, can and how may we make an amends?
You know, that's something I can answer real well. I just got through telling you about what I did and how I acted. And for the same reason, too. And I found out I can't write letters and put them on a gravestone and say that's all right. I can't do that. You see, I had 2.5 years in Alcoholics Anonymous sober, and during that 2.5 years, I didn't make any amends. I didn't. I didn't try to even. I knew to do it. Believe me, I knew to do it, but I didn't do it. To write a letter and put it on a gravestone, maybe somebody might tell you that. Maybe you could do that. Maybe you would want to try to do that. It's okay with me. I couldn't do it. There's no way I could do it. I went almost 2.5 years, and during that 2.5 years was all about this, because it was a daily thinking process. But I found out in a relationship with God that I can live today, even though I did do those things, so long as I don't do them again. So long as I know what to do and do it. So you see, any relationship that goes on right now, any relationship. Here's a girl right here, Sophie. I think she knows everything and anything about me in any respect. I don't think there's anything at all that I've ever left out. I don't think there's anything that I could hurt her with. I don't think so. I don't believe so. I'd have to ask her. I never asked her, but I'd have to ask her so. But I believe it's necessary to be like that. So I can be who I am, not who I try to think or show you who I am. I want to be the person God says you can be this person, and I want to be that person for you. So this here, how you want to do this, I don't know. Maybe there is a way for some of you, maybe to do this or going through this, I don't know. There could be. Maybe a letter could do good for you. I couldn't do it. So I don't know the answer to that. I really don't. I know that by living and praying to a God about what I did and asking forgiveness from this God and not living that again or not doing that again, I believe sets me free, because I've been free ever since then. That's a long time ago. That was May 27, 1956. So I had 2 more years. I had up to 58. So from 58 to now.
That's a good question. What should you do if you don't want to make an amends to someone on your list?
That's a real question. That one is. that is real. Yeah, that is real. Yeah. Well, honestly, I'll tell you this. I can say this here really, honestly, really, is that the moment I found out, at least me now, that I found out why 12 steps are there and why there is 12 steps there and what they're for, I could do that. I could do that with anybody. Because you see, I don't want to be who I am. I'm trying to build a new character so I can live in a world I want to live in, this world. I want to be with people that are real good people. And I have been with real good people all these years. But do you think for 1 minute I could be with these people if I was a liar? Do you think I could be with these people if I'd leave people out and hate these people? I couldn't do that. Don't you know, I don't know if you know this, I know it. Don't you know that you transmit who you are? Do you know you do that? Do you know that you show the world exactly who you are? Down deep inside of you, that's the person you show out there in the world. If there's meanness, if there's lying, if there's cheating, if there's anything inside, don't you know that you show that to people? If you're an angry person, do you know you show an angry person? To live out in this world that I'm talking about God's world. I'm talking about 12 steps. I'm not talking about perfection. I'm talking about spiritual progress. I'm talking about how to build a character in the day I'm in. So that this character that I'm building, me, I'm going to be the man God says I'll be. Not the man I say I'll be. I'm not going to do that. How could I do that? How would I know even what to say or do? There's no way. If I go to me for any reason at all, do you know who I get? I get me. And I get the same mind that brought me here. It has the same information in it. It's just as angry and just as mean and mad and jealous as it ever was. The disease of alcoholism grows without the alcohol. I never knew this. That as I went along each day, I thought I got farther away from the bottle, I got farther away from the disease. That isn't true. All I have to do is live with me. All I have to do is ask me about things. The next thing you know, I'm mean and mad again. Check your track record out yourself and see if that doesn't happen. I don't want to live like that. I don't want to be like that. I don't need to be like that. I want to be somebody today that's guaranteed. It's guaranteed right here. This book here, 12 Steps, will guarantee that I'll be who I should be by the grace of God. That I can be the man He says I'll be. It even winds it up this way, the same way. Winds this book up, the 12th step, the same way. This is what we've been doing here today. It's what, 10 to 3, 5 to 3. It's about a way of life for each one of us. I could spend myself personally, and I did this for years. I could go into a beer joint, because they opened up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I could leave there at 2:30 the next morning, and I never left that building, and I spent the whole day there. I never complained a bit. It wasn't boring at all. It wasn't boring a bit. Yet I come to a meeting, they're going to teach me and show me how to live, show me a way of life by identifying it, displaying it, bring it out, look at it. There it is. Take a look at it and see if it's there. Man, I don't know. I think I better go to sleep. I don't want to listen to that. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? You know, I had the hardest time looking inside of me, because I don't want to look inside of me. I don't want to see what's inside of me. In fact, I don't want you to talk about me. And you might not be talking about me, but you might be talking about something I do. So I'll wear the shoes, see? The shoe fits, you wear it. That's what this is about right now. To learn that there is a way of life here for each one of us. And this way of life will give you things that there's no money can buy. There's nobody here alive on this earth that can hand it and give it to you. It's not something like that at all. It's an inside job. It belongs inside here. The only way it can be in here, God must put it here. It's the only way it can be here. It can't be here no other way. I tried for so long. I meant well for so long. I tried for so long. I was always the same man. You'd always find me out. Somebody along the line would find me out. I'd get tough somewhere. Why should I get tough there? I don't know. I just want to get tough there, I guess. I don't need to live like that anymore. Somebody wants to live like that, let them live like that. That's their business. There's an awful lot to learn here, because there's an awful lot to live, because this is spiritual progress. This is growing. This isn't something to fix one certain day because you got a big problem. This isn't to get ready that maybe you got big troubles coming around the corner, you know, or something like that. So now you're going to get strong today, so when it gets here, you're going to be able to handle it or fight it or whatever you're going to do to it. This is a way of living. This is a way of thinking. This is a way of acting. This is a way of life. This is called a program of recovery, not a program of failure. But you see, it fits every one of us. If you want to be unique and say, no, it don't, that's your business. But I want to live and have exactly the same thing that God has given me all these years. And He doesn't stop. Can you imagine? Why would I be sitting here in Salt Lake City, Utah? Why should I be here? It's costing somebody some money. Do you know that? Somebody's paying for it. That ain't important. You know what's important? I'm here. God says, be here. I want you here. No matter what goes down, it doesn't make any difference. He still wants you here. There's something taking place. It's always this way. I don't take people for granted. I don't know about you guys. You know, alcoholics are funny people. They really are. This is true. Alcoholics take each other for granted. After they get to know each other and become buddies, they take each other for granted. They expect them to behave or act differently because they're friends. Alcoholics don't kid. Do you know they don't kid? Anyone with alcoholism doesn't kid. Anything they say, they mean. There's a basis behind it. These are hard things to swallow, but they got to be swallowed. If you don't, then you'll have to do that again and again and again. We're talking now about a good life. We're talking about living now because of the fact between steps 7 to 12, the disease of alcoholism is being treated. Meaning the life lived today is not coming from 1 to 6. 1 to 6 is always about alcoholism. It's always about the things that are there that shouldn't be there, how to get rid of them, what to do about them, who has them, why are they there. That's what this says. Step 7 says, let's do something. Let's go to God and man and try to add to this world and contribute to this world, be somebody in this world, so that this world is a better world. That's about shortcomings. I mean, this isn't about handing somebody money. You might do that, but it isn't about that. It's about living in the day I'm in for man and God, to serve man and God. What does that mean? I just got through reading what it means even. That these steps, in the order form they're in, will produce that. Because it says when I did 4, 5, and 6, 7 can be done. And 7's done. 7 means character building today, living today, thinking of you, whoever you are. Doesn't mean the difference. Making sure that I'm going to contribute and I'm going to help you, whoever you are. Doesn't mean a difference. Even a kind thought is important. One kind thought about you is important. This is important for me, not for you. This is important for me to be that character that I'm talking about through the application of what this book here is saying. This isn't nothing reading. You have to read it. Of course you have to read it. But the reading won't change the character. It won't give you the power to do what's necessary. It won't. It can't. How can a book do that? But there is a power that can do it. That's what this is about. The reason why I talk the way I do, especially about 8 and 9, is because 8 and 9, I know, like for me, I would have died if it hadn't have been for God, just because of the fact that I didn't make amends. I didn't try to. I knew I should. I knew what to say. I knew what to do. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. So I came home, drove the car the same, parked it the same, thought to her the same. Everything was the same. I'm sober. Ain't that good enough? You got a new car. Ain't that good enough? No, it's not good enough. How about a kind word? How about a hug? How about a kiss? How about telling somebody how needed they are? What we've been talking about. This is important. Very important. Coming up to now, to step 10. So we have some questions here. How about that?
What about giving money to a drunk person who is asking for money for something to eat when you know he's going to just go buy a bottle? Should you feed his addiction?
You know, isn't that funny? You know, all alkies are the same. Here's the guy here that actually could go out and buy a dinner. He's hungry. What does the alkie say? He ain't gonna do that. He's gonna go get drunker. Why? Why not give him the same benefit of the doubt that they gave me? Nobody turned me down. Nobody said no to me. My sponsor didn't say, get out here. He put me in the hospital and paid my bill. He didn't say, you know what, I don't know if I told you this last night, though, but I'll tell it to you now. I think it's important. I was in the same hospital I was in Cleveland, Ohio. I was sitting in the office with this nurse that had me strapped down in the cooler, they called it. Great big nurse, you ought to see the size of her, you know, big, bigger. She could flatten me in a minute. And she's sitting there, and I'm sitting there, and my sponsor's name is Ed Stevens. And he's putting this guy in the hospital, same hospital now. The guy's drunker than the devil. See, he's taking him out of his car. He's lugging him up the stairs. He's bringing him in, and they're putting him in the hospital, see, because he's drunk. So this big nurse, I forgot her name, she said to me, she says, look at Steve. She said, that's about the 15th time that he's put him in here, and he pays his bill every time. She said that he's going to go out and get drunk again, sure and heck. So that afternoon, Steve and I were riding around in his car. We were making his 12-step calls, not mine. And, and I said to him, I said, Steve, I said, how come you're screwing around with that guy? You know, that nurse, she told me, she said, that's about the 15th time you put him in the hospital, and he got drunk every time. And he looked at me, and he was driving along, and he had a little stocky guy, and he had a short finger, you know. And he stuck it in my nose again, and he said, maybe this time. That's all he said. Never said another word. Maybe this time. See? Since that time, I've never once ever said no to any alcoholic. I've never once ever said no to any 12-step call. I've never said no to no alcoholic because they didn't say no to me, and Steve didn't say no to him. Can you imagine that? That's a real story, an honest story, all the way. Every word is the same, and this means to me a great deal. To think that here my sponsor is, after he put a guy in there 15 times, she said, and he said to me, maybe this time. He never gave up, you see. He never once ever thought, the guy, what's the use of saving him, you know, and stuff like that.
How do you make an amends when you can't tell them? You can't tell them that it was done alcoholically or in your illness. When you have done wrong and really don't know why it was done.
You know, make an amends for any and all of us, every one of us. We have a list, we have also a way, there's 12 steps to do everything in. And the important part about this here is the willingness to do this. And to do what you do the best of whatever it is. I was taught and told by my sponsor, the same guy, Ed Stevens, his name he's dead now. He lived 30 years in AA and died of a heart attack. And he told me many things. Now, one of the first things he told me was about self-honesty. That from now on, I have to have self-honesty first, then honesty to him. Don't you ever tell me a lie, he said. The first one was self-honesty. The second one was to give 100% of what I have. That meant 100% of what I had, not 100% of 100%. That means 100% of whatever is here to do that I can do. I'm going to give it all. The best shot I got, I'm going to give it. That's all he's asking of me. And as far as whatever, make an amends. And I don't know how, but I know why. To make an amends is no more than telling you, I hurt you, and I know that. I sincerely am going to try to do the best I can do to change that hurt. I've got so many things ahead of me, my life, that have to be looked at and considered. This is one of them. I'm going to try my best, whatever it is. And how bad I hurt you. I can't make it up no more than tell you I'm sorry about it. If I borrowed money from you, I'll pay you back. If I did whatever I did, I'll try to correct it. Try to be who I should be in the day I'm in. I'll give 100% of what I got. It might only be 30%, but it's going to be everything I got. That's all that's necessary. God will take the rest of it. God will make sure that this is accepted and done. And when it's done right. Right means it's under God's care, not my care. It's not something I'm sloughing off on, something like Dr. Tebow talks about. Just do enough. Do it under protest. I don't live that way. I don't do things that way. I was taught different. The principles, the truths that come from the step application does that for me. I'll tell you and I'll show you one face. That's all I can do. Whether you like it or not, that's the best I've got. I'm giving everything I got. I've asked God to help me and give me all the power I need that He wants me to have. That's what I do.
How does making amends help heal the alcoholic's sick mind, in your words?
You know, it's real. This alone, the way the question's asked, is pretty well explains itself. Is the fact that I don't need to walk around with a mind that's loaded with me and yesterday. I learned myself a long time ago. The things that hurt me are always coming from the past. They're always memory. I've got a bad memory. I got a memory that goes in like an elephant. And I can use that memory. And when I use it, it does the same thing to me. I can be miles away from the person, and I can hate their guts. I don't have to have them near me. I don't have to hear their name even. Just think about them, and I get mad, or I get mean, or I get upset. All of these here, this process here we're talking about now, as far as the character. I'm trying, and I'm doing my best, building a new character now. Starting in step 1, going through to step 12. Building a new character. To build that new character means to live that new character in the day I'm in. The question that you ask, any question, ask it again.
How does making amends help heal the alcoholic's sick mind, in your words?
See, the things about the memories that I just got through talking about, all I have to do is go back into my yesterdays. Think about the way I behaved, the way I acted, the way I treated somebody, especially a loved one. What do you think my mind does now? What do you think my alcoholism does to me? How bad do you think I feel inside about what I did? And I can't stop, I can't take it back. I did it. It's done. I can ask forgiveness. I can go to a power that's greater than me. I did certain things in certain steps, starting in step 2 to 3. And the reason why they're there, so that I can do this here, right here. Anything at all that I do today, this day, the alignment of my will with God's will is all that's necessary. I can use my will anytime I want to, provided it's in alignment with God's will. That's step 3. We're up now, we're going up in 10. We're in step 9 to 10. 10, go ahead.
It's the last question. Explain clearing away the wreckage of the past.
You know, to me that's real easy to talk about, to explain, and to see it or recognize it or identify it. It's because of the behavior that I started a long time ago when I was very young. I started, and this wasn't when I was drunk even, and then I went from there into the drunkenness, and then from the drunkenness into being sober in AA. To do all of that, I had to act and react and do a lot of situations, and I had to do a lot of things. And the damage I did, I always did under the protection of my life, me first, and so on. So, you see, to clear away the wreckage of the past was no more than what the steps are there for, starting in step 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're up to 8 and 9. And then in 10, now 10 will change it a little bit because we're going to go into a different kind of a place now. But up to 9, that is the clearing away the wreckage of the past. It's actually making up or trying to make up a behavior I did. Whether it was in money, whether it was in a relationship maybe with a wife or a girlfriend or a job, a boss, or anything else like that. Clearing away the wreckage of the past is very easy to see if you look at your past of the damage that was done or the harm that was caused to others, to maybe a job, a wife, a girlfriend, a neighbor, anybody, name them, just keep naming them. To cause harm or to do damage, to clear away the wreckage of my past, that is the wreckage of my past. The thing that should be identified, I believe, is what the wreckage is. The wreckage is another person's life, another person's mind, another person's that went through this situation they went through. And I made it awful tough for them. I made it awful harmful for them. Could be a brother, could be a wife, could be a neighbor, could be anybody. It wouldn't make no difference. Because when I made a list of all persons I had harmed, and that included an awful lot of people. And each one of these people, the wreckage of the past, is the purpose of having the 12 steps. And the next step, when we started the next step, is so that we don't have to clear away another wreckage. By building another wreckage is what the purpose of the other step that's coming is for. So clearing away the wreckage of the past, to me, it's pretty well understood that if there's money owed, I've hurt somebody by stealing or taking their money or not paying them back, I must do that. I must try to do the best I can do anyway, with any situation that was caused by my past life, when I hurt other people or when I used other people and they in turn got hurt. You know, we're talking about on these steps, and we'll go into step 10. It's, what is it, 3:45. And step 10 is continue to take personal inventory, and when I'm wrong, promptly admitted it. It says in here about this now that all inventories are alike in principle. The only difference about them, it says in here that all inventories are alike in principle. The time factor does distinguish one from another. There's the spot check inventory taken at any time of the day whenever we find ourselves getting tangled up. Then there's the one we take at the end of the day. Now, you know, step 10 has a couple of main important things about step 10 and about continue to take personal inventory. Is something that I never knew for years in Alcoholics Anonymous, how to do this and why to do it and what it is you're doing and everything. But to continue to take personal inventory made it so that I could live in the day I'm in. And as I live in this day, if I make a mistake, I can correct it. I don't have to lug it around all day. I don't have to make a mistake on a freeway or at a job or anything like that, and then lug it around, talk about it, suffer from it, think about it, relive it, re-energize it, and be like that during the day. That I can make a right way, continue to take a personal inventory, and when I'm wrong, promptly admit it to who? Admit it to God first. Because this is where I live. I live with God. I have a living God. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't walk around praying every 2 seconds. I'm not on my knees all the time or anything like that. But I do have something about a God consciousness. This has been taught to me in Alcoholics Anonymous in a step application, and it started down in step 2. Really in 1 when it said my life's unmanageable. 2, though, where it said I came to believe in a power greater than me to restore me to sanity. 3 is when I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to care of God as I understood Him. I'm starting to go to a place at that time now, for me, I didn't realize nothing at all about what they're talking about here in Alcoholics Anonymous. They're talking about God. Now, I was a man that never gave a desperation prayer to know God at no time before Alcoholics Anonymous. I had no clue. I had no idea. I had nothing going for me. And then here in step 10, They're talking in here. It says in here, as we work, we find the first 9 steps. We prepare ourselves for the adventure of a new life. This is true. This is real true. You see, I didn't know that when I got to 7, all the way to 12, that the disease of alcoholism in my life, mine, that it can be treated. I can live in this world that I'm in without the alcoholism being used. I never knew that. I never knew it. I never knew how to get away from thinking alcoholism thoughts. Alcoholism thoughts. You got to realize what these alcoholism thoughts are. They're important because all I have to do is just think about losing a job, not paying a bill, about any troubles of any kind. And you know what that is? That's alcoholism thinking. And so what's it doing? It's growing. Why is it growing? It's growing because I'm using it. Why is it? It's because this is what alcoholism is. It's an ism. It's alive. It does not die. It doesn't become a wasm. It's an ism forever until the day I die. Now these are important to say because of what more is to be said. And so to know this stuff, you know, is like knowing words. If you know words, you'll find out like I know words are worthless. I have a baby, one baby in particular, that is one of the most intelligent men I ever met in my life. He has more information, I think, than a room full of everybody, professors or anybody. He still knows more than anybody in there because he can always add more to whatever they say, you know. But he can't do anything at all about his alcoholism. See, how that's really tough, you know, to be like that. But this isn't about smartness or anything else like that, you know. This is about a way of life that's proven. It's already there established. It's written. It's already there in principle or truth. Call them truths. Everything that's going on right now, coming from this application, will treat alcoholism. Treating alcoholism is the reason why I come to Alcoholics Anonymous and didn't know it. I come to a 12-step program that I didn't even know was a 12-step program. I didn't know anything about it. All I knew about it is I'm in a hospital. Now I go across the street, I go in the basement of a church, and so on. But I do know a great deal now. And I know a great deal about my life as I live my life. That these here 12 steps, this way of life, this method of living, that everything in here is true. Everything in here is consistent. Everything in here is constant. Never fails, never lets me down, never changes. And I don't even consider that. I don't even look at that. And you know why? It's because it's becoming from a power greater than any human power. Now you wouldn't think that a little tiny book like this here with a few little pages like this, it only goes from page 21 to 125. Step 1 only has 2 pages, both sides. You wouldn't think that that would do anything for anybody for a period of time. I'm going for 44 years and I'm still using the same pages. I just wear them out, but I still use them. You wouldn't think so, would you? Yes, I do. Because of the fact of what it is. It's a way of life. It's a way I can grow spiritually. If I don't grow spiritually, then I have to be me again until the day I die or whatever happens, see? Alcoholism grows without alcohol. That's a principle, that's a truth. Burn it into your mind, because if it says alcohol, it means any mind-affecting drug. I don't care what it is, you name it. If it happens to me, it'll happen to you, or and vice versa, or with anybody. Everything in here is important. I know for sure that the size of the group is getting smaller, and I know that it's getting boring and everything else like that. I know all of these things. But you see, I live this life because it's the only life I can live with any success. It's the only life I can have that gives me things that are mine, belong to me. God gives them to me. Puts people in my life that stay there. They're people that are my people. They belong there. They stay there. They stay there. They stay there. They stay there. You see, why? Because the character that I am, I try to do the things that I should do according to the will of God. I give 100% of what I've got, whatever that is. Now, 100% sometimes is very little, you know. That ain't 100% of 100%. It's 100%, maybe a 25%, but I gave it everything I got. You know, that's the best I got. I gave it to you. So, you know. So, you see, there's a lot here to have for each one of us. Step 10 is very, very, very important. Now, there's one part about 10 that I think you have to really recognize, and I already said it, is the fact that I can live this day today, and I can make a mistake today, and I don't have to die of it because it happened today. I don't have to lug it around with me all day long and take it to bed with me even, or talk to you about it or anything else like that. That this here is continue to take a personal inventory. I take a personal inventory. And when I'm wrong, I promptly admit it. I admit it to God, and if you're in the picture, I'll admit it to you too. And I got to learn how to do this. I got to learn how to actually live this way of life. Now, it can be done. I know it can, because I do it, and I know it's there. And I've seen others do the same thing. And this here, on page here 90, is the reason why this is important to say about, is because of what it says. It says it's a spiritual axiom that whenever something disturbs me, no matter what the cause, I'm at fault. Now, you have to, that's a big nut to swallow. Stop and think of what I said. It's a spiritual axiom that whenever something disturbs me, no matter what the cause, I'm at fault. It says if somebody hurts us and we are sore, we are in the wrong also. But are there no exceptions to this rule? What about justifiable anger? If anybody cheats us, aren't we entitled to be mad? Can't we properly be angry with self-righteous folk? For us, these AAs, for us of AA, these are dangerous exceptions. We have found that the justified anger ought to be left to those better qualified to handle it. Few people have been more victimized by resentments than we alcoholics. It mattered little whether our resentments were justified or not. A burst of temper could spoil a day. A well-nursed grudge could make us miserably ineffective, and nor were we ever skillful in separating justified from unjustified anger. As we saw it, our wrath was always justified. Anger, that occasional luxury of more balanced people, could keep us on an emotional jag indefinitely. These emotional drive benders often led straight to the bottle. Other kinds of disturbances, jealousy, envy, self-pity, and hurt pride did the same thing. Now, this here, I believe, has to be known because of a spiritual axiom that whenever I'm disturbed, no matter what the cause, I'm wrong. There's something the matter with me. Now, you know, it took me a long time. It took me, because nobody would ever talk about this. Nobody would ever mention this now. I'm going back a lot of years. I couldn't explain away my behavior. I couldn't explain away my anger. It would be unjustified. It was always justified. You were always wrong. I don't care who you were. And I was upset because of you. You were the one that made me upset. I never knew who I was. I never knew. I have a mind. And this mind that I use, it isn't what you do that makes me mad. It's what my mind tells me about what you do that makes me mad. Boy, that's a real dilemma to be in, you know. That there, you've got to look at that for what it is, because, boy, it's that there, you know, you can't live in a world. It's just impossible. You can't live in that world out there. Because my mind tells me all the time, and I listen to it, and when I listen to it, boy, I got a rough day. You know, there's so many things happening, and there's so many things going wrong. These are things important to realize and to look at and to consider. You might not think you're in that category, I don't know. And nobody but you would say that anyway, tell you the truth, or nobody would know that but you. You see, I had to find out that this Alcoholics Anonymous has a program of recovery. I searched in the beginning for a long time. I went to many meetings. I read many books. I've tried everything under the sun I could try. I tried doing 12 steps because I had a sponsor that taught me 12 steps. But you know what I left out? I left out the power greater than me, and I tried to do it myself. And when I tried to do it myself, I got the same results all the time. I was in Alcoholics Anonymous, I was going to meetings, I was staying sober, I was starting to stack up some years, and you know what? I could get meaner, more rotten, sober than I could when I was drunk. You know why? Because the authority never changed. It was always me, my mind. And when they're talking in 10, they're talking in 10 about taking a personal inventory, and when I'm wrong, promptly admit it. I never took a personal inventory. You ever take a personal inventory? Anybody else here? I never did. Did you ever do that? I never did. I didn't even know you're supposed to do that. I was supposed to do it and didn't know it. Never once would I look at my behavior. I looked at your behavior. I always looking at you. And when I looked at you, I seen you and then I blamed you. And this went on and on. I had a mind. I had to find out this about my mind. And that I also found out from Carl Gustav Jung, that this mind of mine is what makes me sick. I found out this mind of mine is where I get mad. You don't make me mad. I get mad because my mind tells me to get mad. Now, I used to think it was the other way around. You do something wrong and I'm going to really get upset. But it isn't me that's making me upset, it's you. So I blame you. And here's telling me now how to live and how to find a way of living so I don't have to be mad. I don't have to look at anger. I don't have to have things go wrong the day I'm in and blame you for them. If I make a mistake, if I say something wrong, act wrong, do wrong, I can immediately correct it. I can apologize to you. I can talk to you about it. I can also go to my Heavenly Father, my God, my Lord I talk to. I can ask forgiveness. He gives me a chance, so I don't have to drag around me all day long. I don't have to tell you what a rotten life it is out there. I don't have to do. I don't do them things. It's a good life out there, man. It is good. So I think Sylvia and I found a life out there that money. I don't think money can buy it. Is that true?
I've got it too.
You know, this here is, we should talked about it, or I should have, and said something about it down in step 1. And this is what we're talking about. There's an awful lot to be talked about self, about who self is, about self-discipline. And I didn't know that there is such a thing as self-discipline. And I didn't know that I must myself recognize self-discipline and for what it is. I have the power that allows me to use the power to have self-discipline. I have the power, meaning God all the time I'm talking about, that I can do things today I never could do before. I can read the good purpose. I can see things that I need to see. Before, I used to read a whole page. After I read that page and I closed that cover, I wouldn't even know one word that I read on that page. I can read that page today and I'll tell you exactly what's on that page. I know it's on it. But I had help. And the kind of help I had is help that's bigger and better and powerful than human help. I asked God to help me do things in a day I'm in that He'd have me do, to do His will, according to your will. Would you allow me to realize what it is I have to do here? This is a prayer. This is a God consciousness. This isn't on my knees. This is in my mind. This is where I live. And we're talking here, in all these situations, we need self-restraint, honest analysis of what is involved, a willingness to admit when the fault is ours, and an equal willingness to forgive when the fault is elsewhere. We need not be discouraged when we fall into the errors of the old way, for these disciplines are not easy. We shall look for progress, not for perfection. Now that, I had to learn that, and I had to know that, because of the fact that I was always self-criticizing myself, but I think that was in one of the questions asked, that I was always judging me, looking at me, thinking that I could have done better, I should have done more. I was always being the person that was the authority for my life the day I was in. And I didn't realize I didn't need to do that. I didn't realize that here in step 10, that this here power, this God, will allow me to make mistakes, to do things in the day I'm in. I'm not there being perfect. I'm spiritually there trying to do the best I can. He didn't render me white as snow, like it said in 6. Remember in 6, step 6, without my cooperation. He didn't render me white as snow. But he expects me to do something the day I'm in, so that he can show me a power that's needed to do something, so that when I do it, I do the thing I should do. This is a relationship now, step 10. This is about a personal inventory of having a relationship with a power greater than me, and I call him God. This is really good stuff. 10 to me is really an important step, especially when it says on page 90 about the spiritual axiom, that whenever something disturbs me, no matter what the cause, I'm at fault. Try to look at that from this moment on, if you can, by principle, by truth. When you're out from this moment on, tonight, when you leave here, when you get disturbed, try to see if it's your fault. Try to see if it is. Look at it in the light that maybe you could benefit from what it says on page 90. I found out it gave me a new world to be in. I found out I could be somebody now I never could be before. That when I went out in the world I was in and made a mistake, and the mistake didn't mean much, sometimes it was a big mistake. Didn't make any difference. All I had to do is ask for help. All I had to do ask for forgiveness. To recognize I did something, Lord, I shouldn't do. I did it again. I'm up my old tricks. Please forgive me. The second I said that, it was gone. I didn't have to worry. I didn't have to think. I didn't have to energize. I didn't have to tell you about it, talk to you about it for days later or anything else like that. It gave me something I never had before. And it was no more than what it says to do on page 90. It was an application. It was something to treat my alcoholism, to treat my mind, so that I could live in the world I should live in the day I'm in. That's serious stuff. I don't know if I said anything last night. I don't remember if I told you about one guy in particular, did I? Or didn't I? About this guy named Roy. Anyway, let me tell you to you again. I did. I didn't. I worked with him for a while, for better than 5 years, and we're together that long. And he had a little trouble. He got married and he had some kids. He got in a little trouble. And the trouble he got in was no more than financial trouble. Just spent a little too much money in Vegas when he shouldn't do, and he did. But he didn't think much of himself for doing that. And so what he did, he went and wrote some notes. And they were on papers similar like this, about that big. And this one here was written to me, and it says in here, he shot himself right through the brain. And he said here, if there is a God in the hereafter, maybe I can find him there, I can't find him here. And he killed himself. And the only reason, of course, I ever tell anybody that, anybody at all, is to describe to you what alcoholism is as a mind-power disease. The man was not drunk, loaded, snorted, or any other damn thing. He just had a little troubles, but it was in his mind. And when it was in his mind, it told him something you did you shouldn't do, and now what are you going to do about it? He killed himself. This is important to talk about. Now in step 10, about taking a personal inventory and promptly admit it, is a way of life today that I can honestly, I can look at me and I can see me. And it was like more like what we were talking about just a minute ago. I forgot your name. What is your name?
Harry.
What is it?
Harry.
Terry?
Harry.
Harry, okay, Harry. It was about this. Yep.
Harry.
Harry. It was about the same, along the same line. It was about feeling guilty, maybe, looking out there, seeing pretty girls, seeing things that maybe make you feel bad inside, or feel guilty, or feel like you shouldn't do it, or something like that. This was all under the same category right now. About the spiritual axiom, that whenever something disturbs me, see, no matter what the cause, I'm at fault. And that's what I had to start learning, to look inwardly about my behavior in the day I'm in, no matter what I'm doing, whether I'm doing something terribly wrong or nothing wrong. It wouldn't make no difference, you know. And I had to find out that that's one of the reasons why they have 12 steps, and in the order form they're in, because we're way up in 10, step 10. We're building a character from 1 to 10 now, because that's where we're at. And we're being able to live in the world we're in, having a world we want to be in, because there's a world out there now that isn't at all like it used to be. It's not. It doesn't have to be. It isn't needed. And this sets me free as self. It starts to let me live in a world I never lived in before, because I kept losing it. I kept, 1 minute I'm flip-flopping, you know, 1 minute I'm okay, next minute I'm not. And I don't know the real reason, or I don't know why that this takes place like that. But the step application stops me, eliminates it, that makes it so it isn't necessary, so that I'm going to be who I am. I can be who I should be, according to the principle or the truth of what's in here, of what it says, of what to do. It says our first objective will be the development of self-restraint. This carries a top priority rating. When we speak or act hastily or rashly, the ability to be fair-minded and tolerant evaporates on the spot. One unkind tirade or one willful snap judgment can ruin our relations with another person for a whole day or maybe a whole year. Nothing but pays off like a restraint of tongue and pen. I must avoid quick-tempered criticism, power, furious power-driven arguments. Same goes for sulking and silent scorn. These are emotional booby-traps, baited with pride and vengefulness. My first job is to sidestep these traps when I'm tempted by the bait. We should train ourselves to step back and think, for we neither can think or act to good purpose until the habit of self-restraint has become automatic. And that's what they're talking about here in step 7, about looking out there. No matter what you're looking at, makes no difference, doesn't make any difference at all. It could be a person, a place, a thing, or a car, or anything. It doesn't make no difference what it is. Until I have learned how to live in the day I'm in, so that I can be somebody where I have now something I never had before, and this would be the God consciousness that I talked about before. And the God consciousness allows me to have in the day I'm in a relationship with a power greater than me, where I can go to this power and I can ask, should I think this way, should I think that way, should I do this, should I do that, or how should I do this? I have something with me I never had before. It's like somebody sitting there with me, or like a partner with me, that allows me to be there and be assured that I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be assured that there's no harm going to come to me. No temptation will take me away from him. No temptation, whatever it is. See? This is what this step here is all about. Step 10. In step 10, it says, the quick inventory is aimed at our daily ups and downs, especially where people or new events throw us off balance and tempt us to make mistakes. It would be like that here, say, the example like this room here, to come here, and I'm from California here, from Salt Lake here, and to criticize me because I come from California or something like that. New events or new people or happenings that tempt you to make mistakes. In other words, put your 2 bits in about something that you might disagree with, or you might find fault with, or you might have a comment to make about it, you know, that It's a bunch of like me, I used to think everything was baloney, you know. I used to think everything everybody said, who needs that, you know. Deep down inside, I was begging for help all the time because I didn't know how to think or act, you know. And it talks here, it's been said in a question, I think, too. It talks in here. It says, finally, we begin to see that all people, including ourselves, are to some extent emotionally ill, emotionally ill, as well as frequently wrong. And then we approach true tolerance and see what real love for our fellows actually means. It will become more and more evident as we go forward that it is pointless to become angry or to get hurt by people who, like us, are suffering from the pains of growing up. And that was something that was real important to me, because I was always too smart. I was always getting too smart. I was getting smarter in AA as each day went by. And by getting smarter, all that meant is that I thought less of you, and I thought more of me, and I thought that I was better, or I could do more, or I could have more than you could. I always got ahead of everybody. I always put myself out in front. Never once could I ever even keep quiet while you talk. I had to wait and almost die before you stopped talking so I could talk, you know. And just as I had to be first, I had to be front, I had to be main man all the time. I couldn't listen to you, whoever you were. I don't want to listen to you. Why don't you listen to me? I got something important to say. All of these things in here, in this step now, are character building things. They're character building. They're important. They allow me to live in a world of friends, real people, people that care about me, people that honestly care about me, that worry about me. Before, you see, it used to be the other way around all the time. There's such a thing here as spiritual progress. There's such a thing here as living in a world now, that this world they're talking about here is that, like how I myself constructively criticized someone who needed it, when my real motive was to win a useless argument or the person concerned not being present. I thought I was helping others to understand him, when in actuality my true motive was to feel superior by pulling him down. I sometimes hurt those I love because they need to be taught a lesson. All of this step 10 business now is all about my performance and about this here percentage of giving 100% of what I got, because I have from step 1 to step 10 in principle and truth to use so that I can live in the day I'm in. And this here allows me to see the things that are needed today so that I can have a world, that this world is guided and directed by God, the God consciousness that's in me. I expect that. You know, every time I pray to God, I pray to Him and I know He's going to do exactly the things that are necessary, and I expect Him to do that. Do you know I think that way? I actually think that way. I actually pray to a power that I know will help me and guide me and direct me, take care of me. For so many years this has been true. So many years that I've been in so much trouble, real trouble. Trouble I'm talking about puts you in the ground. And yet though, I still depend and talk to this God about it. This is the way my life is. Ask her, ask that gal there, that guy there, these two over here. They were part of this. They are part of this. And I'm still here. Only by the grace of God. By knowing and believing and trusting that this here life will be mine. That He'll take care of me. No harm will come to me. I don't have to be perfect like I used to think. I have to be spiritually, and every day I'm in a relationship with God. This is the spiritual life they're talking about here, spiritual progress. How much of this here that you believe, how much of this you want, I don't know. But this is step 10. The next step to know this, what I've been talking about, to know what the next step is about, I think the qualification is like 2 to 3. 10 to 11, I think, has to be there. Has to be there for the same reason. Because when it says in 11 that I sought through prayer and meditation to improve my conscious contact with God as I understood Him, praying only for the knowledge of His will for me and the power to carry that out. That's a lot of words. But you know what it's saying? It's saying sought. Sought is a word I never used in my life. I don't recall ever thinking one word of sought. Have you ever used the word sought? I never did. I used the word seek, seeking, stuff like that. Sought. Sought is the thing that's going on right now. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve my conscious contact with God as I understood Him. Right now, conscious contact, right now. The prayer, the meditation is for my life now, right now. Why can't I have this? I can have it. How do I do it? Teach me how to do it. Tell me how to do it. These were the things that I didn't know. These were the things that was left up to me. Here, put this in your life. Here, read this. You're going to be all right. You'll be a winner. That's signing my death warrant. I can't do any of these things. How can I do these things? It's impossible. If you don't think so, take a look and see the wording of it. And then look at yourself and see if you can do this. I couldn't do it. But there is a way to do it. And it's been talked about right along. It's like I said, step 2 and 3. When I started to believe that there could be something else besides me, a power greater than me, where I could turn my will and my life, which is everything I own, over to His care as I understood Him. And then you know what 11 says? 11 says the same thing and underlines it the same way. It's the same words. It says, sought through prayer and meditation to improve my conscious contact with God as I understood Him. Underlined the same way. Praying only for the knowledge of His will for me and the power to carry that out. I believe that this step is the only step you can grow spiritually. It's the only step any of us, all of us. That's my opinion now. That's not from print. I believe that's the only way that you can grow spiritually. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve your conscious contact. What's your conscious contact? What is it? Now, right now. To improve it. When? Now, right now. This is something to look at. This is something to think about. When you get in your car sometimes and you drive all the way to work, and maybe you drove a half an hour and never once ever thought, by the grace of God, I'm living today. By the grace of God, He's done for me, which I couldn't do for myself. Sought through prayer and meditation. I'd go a whole day. Never once during that day did I relate my life to God. Never once during that day did I praise and thank Him for being alive. Just to be here. Never once. Today, this day today, being here in Salt Lake City, in this room right here, to praise my Lord and thank my Lord for allowing me to be here and for all of you also to be here. I've already done it. I've done it more than once. It's a way of life. It must be there. It's the only place I can go where I can grow farther spiritually. I can go farther with you. We both go. We both learn. We can't self-teach. You can't tell yourself to love God and call Him by name by yourself. No way. You can't do things what it says to do by your power. Lack of power is your dilemma. It'll always be your dilemma. It's my dilemma. It's all of our dilemmas. This is good stuff to know. This sounds maybe like preaching maybe to you, does it? I don't know. It's not. This is not preaching. This is not religion. This is not Bible. This isn't nothing to do with any of that. What this is all about is about a spiritual way of thinking and living. A spiritual way. Spiritual. There's an origination of the principles. You know what it says in this book here in the foreword? It says AA's 12 steps are a group of principles, spiritual in their nature, which if practiced, the way of life will expel the obsession to drink and enable the sufferer to become happily and usefully whole. Every one of us, I believe, want to be happily and usefully whole. I think so anyway. And that's what it says that this is all about. Step 11. You can keep going with step 11 and keep going. But what it's about, sought through prayer and meditation to improve my conscious contact with God as I understood Him, praying only for the knowledge of His will for me and the power to carry that out. Man, I'll tell you, that step keeps taking each one of us spiritually, each one of us. It's the only step that I know of, personally know of, that does that. I don't know of any other step that does this. Step 2, I know, doesn't do that. Step 3, when I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to care of God as I understood Him, that don't do it either. See, that was a relationship that I was building. That was a foundation. Step 3. Step 3 is a foundation for all of these 12 steps that we're doing. It's a foundation. But from the foundation, they're going to build a character. A new character. A character that has principles that are used as a way of life. Truth as a way of life. This to me is really step 11. I think that any one of us, we can talk about it at any time at all, for what it is, for step 11. Because of what it says. Praying only for the knowledge of His will, God's will, for me, and the power to carry that out. Didn't say anything about my will and the power to carry me out. Hasn't got a thing to do with it. So you see, to grow spiritually, step 11 you can, because that's what it's all about. This is exactly about your neighbor, whoever your neighbor. Your neighbor can be your wife, you know. Could be anybody. And it's all there for the same reason for each one of us, to have the relationship that's needed for each one of us, spiritually. You know, we're getting short on time, and there's going to be a couple of questions. You know, in step 12, you know, step 2, the way a 12 step is worded, you know, and it said, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, that means the other 11, okay? I try to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles, not these steps, these principles in all of my affairs. There's a big meaning behind that, because it's a summation, I believe. It's a summation of a way of life, where at one time I was one way and now I'm another way. One time I didn't know how to live, I know how to live today. One time I couldn't be anything to anybody, now I can be something to anybody at all. Because I have a power behind me, I have a world now, it's God's world, there's all things that are needed for each one of us. And I've already had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps. I try to carry this message. What message? The 12-step message. The 11 steps that were before this step here. I try to carry this to alcoholics and practice these principles in all of my affairs. This, again, like I say, is like a summation. It's like going now, we'll go backwards, and we'll go all the way down to step 1. And I'll tell you principles from step 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, all the way up to 12. And that's exactly what step 12 does, too, in this book right here. It does the same thing. It does that, it goes right through all 12 steps real quickly. And it ends up, when it ends up, and it says the same thing. And what it says, it says, these little studies of AA's 12 steps now come to a close. We have been considering so many problems that it may appear that AA consists mainly of racking dilemmas and troubleshooting. To a certain extent, that is true. We've been talking about problems because we are problem people who have found a way up and out and wish to share our knowledge in that way in all who can use it. For it is only accepting and solving our problems that we begin to get right with ourselves, right with the world about us, and with Him who presides over us all. Understanding is the key to right principles and attitudes, and right action is the key to good living. Therefore, the joy of living, the theme of AA's is AA's 12 steps. With each passing day of our lives, many of every one of us sense with more deep inner meaning AA's simple prayer, and this starts now the serenity prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. There's a lot to say now. We've got a half an hour. And step 12 is, like I said, is a step that maybe you'd like to run through some steps. Maybe you'd like to ask questions about the 12 steps because of why there is 12 steps. Maybe the questions that could be asked. We got a half an hour. It might mean a lot. It might. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Sometimes at meetings, old timers say don't work the steps or read the big book until you've been sober a while. What about this, and how long do you have to be sober to apply these steps?
You know, a question like that, you know, like I said before, all questions, you know, and that probably is a good one too. You know, when I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, I came here for a reason. I never knew the reason, not the real reason. I came here, of course, because I came out of an alky hospital and all of that. But I never knew why I came and had to keep coming to meetings and so forth. Now, if there wasn't such a thing as a power greater than any human power, that question right there, see, could go on forever. Whoever answered would answer a question like that would have to say that there is no such thing as God. There is no such thing as a power greater than any human power that can do what a human power can't do. They would have to say that. Because of the fact of what's wrong. I had something wrong with me. And as soon as I at that time, didn't know what it was, God was still taking care of me. I was still put in a hospital. I was still put where I needed attention. When I come to Alcoholics Anonymous, I came here and they didn't tell me I had to wait 5 years, 6 months before I could be or have a way of life where drinking is not necessary. I had a sponsor, and this sponsor told me the very first day before I got to the hospital, he picked me up at an apartment I lived in. He said, I'm going to show you a way of living where drinking is not necessary. I'm going to take the bumps out of the road. And this man was talking to me because he was a God man. And if it was a question of waiting 6 weeks, 1 week, 1 day, before he could take me to a hospital, or before that there would be any help for me, I'd have been dead a long time ago, and there's no doubt about that. So I don't think there is such a thing like that. I think that any one of you, whoever it is, that has a problem, and this problem doesn't necessarily, like I say, have to be alcohol. It could be any kind of drugs or drug-affecting or mind-affecting drugs. Why couldn't you have the same God that I have in my life today, taking care of me today, that'll take care of you today, regardless of what's wrong with you? Because I have other things wrong with me too. They're not drugs, but I have cancer. And I've had cancer 7 years. And God is still taking care of me 7 years later. Wouldn't that qualify along with anything else? Would that qualify along with maybe drugs, maybe drinking, maybe anything? Wouldn't that? I think so. Because I'm still here. And I certainly can't give me the life that I need. There's no way I could possibly do that. So to have this world and this way of life, I believe that it comes because when anybody asks for help, the moment, the second you ask for help, help is there. And it's greater help than any human power. Doesn't make no difference. Yep.
Okay, should we call newcomers instead of waiting for them not to call? Should we exercise our energy in getting newcomers to meetings, etc.? Where do we draw the line?
You know, what this gets into sponsorship, you know, and I'm really dead set in sponsorship. I'm real strong in sponsorship. And to be a sponsor, I think you have to qualify to be a sponsor in Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, it could be that way in CA or any other way, in NA or any place, I don't know. This is a personal opinion. And it's read on page 164, and it's read in most meetings when it's read, when in division for you, when it's read, that you obviously can't transmit something you don't have. And I believe that. But I also believe that this here way of life that I'm talking about, when I have this life, when the change has taken place, when the steps are in my life for my life, I believe the message can be carried. The 12 steps says that. Having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, I try to carry this message to alcoholics and practice these principles in all of my affairs. You see, there's something said there. So I think that this is true for me, for you, for any of us. That as far as sponsorship goes, as far as the individual goes, if they holler for help, I've been in many hospitals. I've walked up to many beds, and I say to them, I'm an alcoholic. I used to wear a band on my wrist like you got right there. I belong to AA. I've been sober a lot of years. You want to hear about it? And he says, no. I said, fine, I'll go on to the next bed. I go to the next bed, and I say the same thing. And I say to the guy, or the gal that's laying there, my name is Bob Anderson. I'm sober. I'm in Alcoholics Anonymous. I've been here this many years. I used to wear a band like you because I was in a hospital like this. Do you want to hear about it? If they say yes, I talk about it. And then after I talk about it, I make sure that they have the help they need, whoever they are. Because sometimes I can't be there. There's other places, or maybe I'm in another city even. I might have to go someplace else. But at least the offer is there. At least God's help is there. At least God is there offered to them. Never once would I tell any one person, never once, that I don't have a message for you, that you're too sick, that you'll never make it. Or why don't you go down in the corner down here, they got a meeting down there tonight at 8 o'clock, why don't you go over there? No, I won't. I'll take them over there. I'll introduce them to somebody. Maybe I'll get them phone numbers. But I'll help them. And I'll help him or her, whoever it is. And this is the way it is. Nobody turned me down. Man, I've been hurt enough. You don't have to hurt me anymore, and I know you've been hurt hard enough too. There's no reason I should hurt you either. This is to be a sponsor in Alcoholics Anonymous. or in CA. I believe you must have that love and compassion for that person so that you can go and be who you should be, because the power behind you will back you up that way, and the power behind you is the same power that keeps you away from the same stuff. So why couldn't you do it?
Why are the principles identified with each step? No, excuse me, what are the principles identified with each step?
You know, the principles that are in each step, that are many, they're very many. And it talks about at first that this Alcoholics Anonymous 12 steps are a group of principles, spiritual in their nature. Now, the principles they're talking about, they really are, they have origin. They started somewhere. They came out of the Sermon on the Mount by Jesus Christ. They came out of the Bible, maybe. They came somewhere where they were proven. They were actually proven. And these are principles. Now, if you start to look at the word principle like I did, you have to go into a lot of areas. In step 2 here, in the 12 by 12, it's talking here about principles of the scientists. Scientists have principles. This is in step 2. It says here, the sponsor continues, take for example my own case. I had scientific schooling. Naturally, I respected, venerated, even worshiped science. As a matter of fact, I still do, all except the worship part. Time after time, my instructors held up to me the basic principle of all spiritual progress. Search and research, again and again, always with an open mind. That's the principle. Always with an open mind. Search and research again and again. There's mathematic principles. 2 plus 2 is 4. I don't care who says anything different, it's still 4. There's all kinds. There's hydraulic principles. I know hydraulic principles because I'm a mechanic. I know welding principles, how to weld metals. Certain kind of metals can't be welded. There's principles there that said this, I know what they are. There's all types of principles. But when they say spiritual principles, they're talking about something that I have to learn a great deal about. And these are in step applications. And they start right away in step 1. So you see, there's principles that each one of us can have. Love your neighbor. Do you know that's a principle? Where'd that come from? There's so many things to talk about here in Alcoholics Anonymous or the 12-step program for a way of life for each one of you, that you must know self-discipline. You must give 100% of what you have. You must try the best that you can with self-discipline, self-honesty, to live a life differently so that you don't have to go out in the world out there and find substances to use to make you happy, to take away your troubles. This is what this is all about. This is the same thing that kept me in bars, and I didn't know it. This is why I had to suck on bottles and didn't know it. I thought I had to do that because that's the only way to do it. I didn't know there was a way to live without that. That's what we're talking about here now. That's what it's called, a workshop. Because of 12 steps being here. To change the character I am so I can be a character that doesn't need this substance in him to live in this world. And in this world that I live in, believe me, it's a good world. I ought to tell you sometimes just how great it is, because it's a world, money can't touch it. You couldn't buy it with money. Money don't buy things like that. People. There's nobody around like that. Where could I find people like I've found here? I don't know where. I never found them in bars. But everything I say, though, is true because it's my life. I live this way. I have this way. It's mine. It belongs to me. God gives me this. You know how he gives it to me? You can't take it from me. You used to be able to take it from me. I don't know if you know that or not. You could drive your car and drive me nuts and make me smash your car where I have to pay for it. I paid for 2 accidents before I quit it. You can't do that to me today. You can't call me names and upset me. They don't upset me. They don't reach me. God says don't pay no attention to things like that. You see, there is something here. And it's a way of life for all of us, each one of us. It's something that I can't give you, and you can't give me. But together we can have it. That's really marvelous. That's what people call miracles, God's work. That's not miracles. That's the way God lives. That's God's world. All I have to do is believe and trust in him. And he's there. I have something today. It's a message. And it's a message I talk about all the time. And I hope and I pray that maybe some of you, I don't know if you need it. I don't know. How would I know that? I can't get in your secret place. I can't get in your mind. But I do know that it's here for all of us, because every one of us that need it and want it always seem to have it. And what we have a relationship. And the relationship is with a power that's greater than any human power. This isn't about getting on your knees and just praying to a God by your bed and then getting up from there and walking any way you want to walk. That's not about that. There's a world to live in where I can contribute to this world. I can be part of this world. I can be adding to this world according to the will of God. In turn, I can live a better life than I ever lived before. I don't know how to live like that by myself. There's too many other things that get in front of me that I have to look at. I have to get ready for everything around the corner, because something around the corner might need attention. I better get ready for it. I don't have to get ready for nothing. I've been on chemo 6 years. I'm just now getting my hair back because I've been off it 2 months. Who do you think took care of me that 6 years? You think I had something to do with it? You think I could do that? You think a doctor or some office could do that? I don't think so. If somebody could do that to somebody else, they could do it to everybody. Nobody gets sick. But God says, no, stay with me, I'll take care of you. So I believe that, trust that, and use that, and be with that, and that's my life. How much trouble you think you're in? You couldn't get any more trouble than I've been in. How much trouble could you get in? I've been as drunk as you can get. I've hit police cruisers. I've been in jails. I've been locked up, strapped down. I've been everywhere. I've got broken bones, and I've had more stitches than any guy's ever had put in them. And I'm still here. I'm not here by luck. I'm here by the grace of God. This is what this is all about here. My life's important to me. I don't know if your life's important to you. I want everything God wants me to have. I want to be the man that God says you be today, and I'll take care of you today. That's who I want to be. This is what I'm talking about all the time. It might be boring to you, and maybe some of these things I said might bother you in some way or another, and they might, I don't know. But I know for sure it's what I need. I know for sure that it never has left me down, never failed me. It's never put me out in a position or a place of life where I didn't know what to do or where to go. It never has happened yet. Why not? Why not try it? Why not look at it? Why not consider it? That to me is the message that I carry. What else could I carry?
How long before you've worked all 12 steps?
what?
How long before you worked all 12 steps?
You know, that's part of a question. I thought there was more to it because it's asked a different way a lot of times, or it's said a different way. It means the same thing. Is that I used to think that I had to have 12 steps in my life completed before I could have whatever it is that you get after 12 steps. I used to think that. I really did. I thought that's what it's all about, you know. I didn't know the purpose of the steps in the logical order form they're in, starting from 1 to 2 to 3, and why they're there. In the first place, step 1, where I admit I'm powerless over alcohol, my life's unmanageable. 2 things that have to be considered. In the moment I considered them 2 things, the first thing being, I've got a wacky brain. It says so right away. It says that glass in hand, I warped my mind. Then it says, until I accept my most devastating weakness and all of its consequences of real happiness, I'll find none at all. Then it says about the twofold disease of a mental obsession, a physical allergy, that there's no unaided will yet that has done something about that. Then it says also that I have to hit bottom. Hitting bottom was when I hit bottom inside, where I lost all self-respect. I lost all self-worth, all integrity, all of everything that I ever stood for as a man. I lost it. And when I lost it, I hit bottom. But the bottom was in me, not out of me. It wasn't my car, my job. It was inside of me. And then it says, my life's unmanageable. My life is still unmanageable when I'm drunk, sober, or today, by me. By me. Remember that, by me. I'll have an unmanageable life. If you don't think so, any of you guys here tonight, any of you guys, stop and think of what I just said. What's an unmanageable life? When you go home tonight, and maybe you holler too loud at your wife or your husband or your kid or your dog, don't you know that's an unmanageable life? Who told you to do that, and how'd you get that way, and why'd you do it? That's an unmanageable life. I can't live in the world I'm at and leave it alone like it is. I have to do something about it because something's wrong with it. There's a lot to be said here on what you said in the question, because of the fact that I never knew what's wrong with me. What is alcoholism? Why do I keep coming to these meetings? Or why do I have to listen to this here stuff that's going on right now? See? Read your question again.
This, the one I just read?
Yep.
Okay. How long before you worked all 12 steps?
Most of the time when that is asked, it's always said in terms of how long does it take before 12 steps become a way of life for me to live? That's the way it's most time it's asked. It's like saying that I have to wait a year, 5 years, 10 years, when? How long before I can be happy, joyous, and free? That's what it says. That's what the question says. That's not so. The moment I say that I go to step application, which is 12 steps for a program of recovery, from that moment on, I have a power with me that I need to have with me, so I don't have to wait 5 years, 10 years, or whenever it is, so that I can say, oh, I did 12 steps. Now I'm okay. I'm going to be okay the moment I start the application of 12 steps. The moment I come in here, and I say to this, that I admit I'm powerless over alcohol, my life's unmanageable. From that moment on, I'm going into an area now that's guided, directed, protected by God. I'm going someplace now I never went before. I can have everything that's in here, and I don't need the whole thing today before I'm happy, joyous, and free. All I need is to come in here and ask for help. Would you help me apply these steps in my life. That's all I need to do. From that moment on, the barest beginning is enough. The barest beginning is enough.
That's a good question. Who wears the pants in your home, you or Sylvie?
All depends. Who's you got on now?
I think they're mine.
No, truthfully, that's a good question, I'll tell you. I'm not here, listen, let me tell you something. I'm not here at all to criticize her, to pick on her, to condemn her. I'm not at home to pick on her or condemn her, or to say, don't do, it's wrong, cut it out, you bother me. Do I talk to you that way? Do I say words like that?
No.
No. Do I get mad at you, swear at you?
No.
Do I swear? Do I close or do I slam doors? Do I punch holes in the wall? Well, the reason I say that, I used to do that. That's the way I used to live years ago. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? No, it isn't necessary. I don't need to do that. My mind doesn't tell me to do that. My mind doesn't go and say, give her hell, man. It don't do that. I have something there instead of. I have a power, I have a Lord, I have a God, I have a way of life. I have something there that helps me, guides me, directs me, tells me, shows me how to love somebody, how to show love. I'm not talking about sex love, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about consideration, I'm talking about the kindness, I'm talking about a day where I can think and act. To be somebody to somebody. Doesn't make a difference who it is. Could be your wife, could be your girlfriend, could be a friend, could be your neighbor, could be anybody. I don't have to be that man no more that I know to be. I don't need to do that. It isn't necessary to prove you wrong. It isn't necessary to prove me right. It's not a question of being right or wrong. It's a question of how to live today in God's world, doing God's will.
Okay, this is two questions. When would you say a newcomer is no longer a newcomer? And then the second question is, how long should you wait before you sponsor someone?
You know, both of them questions. As far as sponsoring somebody, I'm a real nut about sponsor. But a question asked like that, I won't answer the way I would answer you personally if you come to me and ask me about this. The reason why is because of the fact that to be a sponsor, I believe you must have something to give away. That's the only reason I do this now. Because I don't want you, whoever you are, to think that all you have to do is just take this here and go read it and you're going to be all right. That's not sponsorship. That's signing death warrants. That's telling somebody to do something they can't do. That's telling somebody that there's something here that doesn't mean very much, so you can do it very easy. Just read it and it's done. I don't think so. I don't believe so. I think sponsorship is real important. It's more than telling people, go to meetings, turn it over. That's what they used to tell me. As they told me these things, I got worse. I didn't get better. I got more meaner. I went 2.5 years looking for trouble all the time, carrying a chip on my shoulder all the time, listening to different guys say things and then call them on it. What am I doing all of that for? Just exactly, why do I do that? I didn't know any better. I didn't know how not to do that. Nobody showed me, nobody told me how to behave, how to talk to another man. Nobody showed me that. They didn't tell me how to live in this world I'm in. The only thing I ever knew is how to live this way drunk. When you get in trouble, get drunker. That's all I know. And I get here sober and Alcoholics Anonymous, trying to live in a world that I can't live in because it can't. How can I do this? Self won't let me do this. If you don't think so, what I'm saying right now, tonight, when you go home, pick this book up and read it. See what it says. Go from page 21 to 125. See what it says there. See if that makes sense to you. See if you could do that with your neighbor, with any condition, for any reason. See if you could. I couldn't do it. They run over my flowers, I want to kill a man. Why should I want to kill a man over a couple of flowers? Just ask me, I'll tell you. They're my flowers.
Second one, how long should you wait before you sponsor someone?
That's, you know, in the same category. It all depends on what you call sponsorship, you know. Sponsorship means sometimes a telephone call. Sponsorship means maybe taking somebody to a meeting. Sponsorship means maybe listening to maybe a bunch of your troubles, you know, and stuff like that. Sponsorship could mean an awful lot of things. So I don't think that that's fair to answer that question anyway at all. I think it's fair to say that the program of recovery is to help maybe you as a baby. Maybe I could help you see something here better than you can see it, maybe. Maybe I could show you an application of something in here that you don't know how to apply. Maybe the words in here get a little mixed up sometimes. I know they do. They become too hard to do. They become something I don't want to do, and things like that. It'll help you get past something like that, I believe, yes. Sponsorship, you bet. So I don't know myself personally about this. I'm real strict on sponsorship. But the only reason I'm like this is because I've seen other people die, other alkies die, drunk and sober, more than one, women and men. I don't want to see nobody else die because of this here message here not being delivered. I believe it should be delivered, and that's what I do.
There's no more questions, but I wanted to thank Mike and Billy and everybody that put this together. And Bob, I wanted to thank you for coming, and Sylvie and all you guys for coming up to Salt Lake. It's been great for me, and I just wanted to, I appreciate it.
So I want to thank you all for letting me be here and for being here today and yesterday. It's been great. I love it. I need it just as badly as you do. This is a good life and a good world for all of us, and I appreciate each one of you, and I want to thank each one of you and tell you I love you.
Thanks for showing up and supporting Rockies 7. And after the Lord's Prayer, we are going to auction off a couple of things. And there's a few cookies left, but if you don't hurry, I'm going to eat the rest of them. And anybody that can stick around and help us put the chairs away, that would be greatly appreciated.
Here comes the Siamese twins.
Our Father,
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Amen. Keep coming back. It works.
very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. You bet, Dave.
Got that off.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think. Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with. And it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone, through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone, through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, oop, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right, but I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.